So yeah, this factory is super chill. We're getting all this stuff here, a surplus of it, which is great. And the spaceship is my new go-to for getting started because it's incredible. Look at what can be done with it. Finally, gates. Build them now. Should be enough for now. Man, this factory's satisfying. We're getting really good stuff early. It's consistent. It's very cheap. It's obviously a little slow on SPM, but again, we're getting copper, iron, steel plates. We're getting belts and green circuits. That's good. We're getting them consistently. And this could easily be adapted to get anything that we see here. We could get more SPM out of this if I just, decided to cut production here or add a production there. It's very versatile. The spaceship thing is really good. I don't know if the devs intended people to use this early, but I have been very satisfied with it. This is just a normal settings playthrough this time. There's nothing crazy, no Death World, no Death World Marathon, no cranked up settings. This is pure normal settings. I'm going to be doing no quality playthrough. I might decide to do Space Rush. I haven't done that yet. That'd be fun. I really like my production and my utility science. I mean, I really like the things that they give you. So going to space without it, just with chem science, that would be a new challenge. I think we're going to try that out. I might just decide to leave this base right here and go build another one somewhere. Because this thing is functioning. And anytime I need any of this, I can come here for supply. Oh yeah, we're also getting ammo here. Because ammo's good. This assembly machine here is used to craft whatever we need on the fly. So anything we need, just make it here manually. I want those efficiency modules, but we gotta get plastic going first, which means fluid handling. That one lab is almost consistent. Oh yeah, we're also getting copper cable, that's right. We're getting a lot of stuff here from a very small production area. Whopping 3 SPM. Just find my B. I want to keep this playthrough, small. I'm trying to do things to where we don't waste anything. Everything gets used. I like to have a small bit of reserves here, obviously, just because backups are good. Really good start so far, though. This building around the spaceship wreck has been something I really don't know how I lived without anymore. Okay, what are we queuing up next here? Fighters have been quiet, so I'm not worried about military tech yet. It looks like oil is going to be right around the corner here. I want to get these better power lines. In theory, with the better power lines, we might be able to get yet another out from this initial hub here. Because right now it's actually staying clear. It's clean in there. There's just, what you see flashing on it for space. It's not clogging at all, which is crazy. With some long arm inserters, we might be able to get another layer around this thing, which is really crazy to think about. And that layer would obviously encompass some type of military science and chemical science production. There's only 5 miners over there, and there's 2 for iron ore and 1 for every other ore we've got coming in here. I was worried this would clog, but this type of setup here, it's just balanced perfectly almost. I couldn't circuit the space wreck itself, but I can circuit around it. Like for the coal there, it only inserts the coal at a certain number that I have coming from each furnace to ensure that each furnace is full, because I have it reading fuel. And the belt line you see there, that's feeding the boilers. Pretty freaking cool. Circuit network is so good. You can do so many things with it. We're just getting started this playthrough. We also have circuits that are controlling the ammo insertion into the gun turrets. I've got those running on a green wire, so anytime they go below, it will start ammo into the hub, and then from the hub back into the gun turrets. Which is really cool. Don't need belts to get it all the way to the other side, just put it straight through. Biters have not attacked yet, but it's probably going to be soon. I'm trying to keep production low and pollution cloud very low. At least until we get some military science research done. Then I might decide to ramp up production. Yeah, for now, this thing is great. This is getting everything we need and more. I can craft whatever is needed on the fly. It's self-defending. I need to make some more repair kits soon. We haven't needed them yet. Once we get attacked, I'll probably make some more of them. Just chilling. We're definitely getting use out of every single ore. There's not one ore that's going to waste right now. Might just decide to go without a train network here because we're really juicing out every ore for all it's worth. The beginning patches will probably last a long time. We'll get a lot out of those. What do we still got here? We got 375k. Yeah, we could use these for a long time. We'll probably be on Volcanus at least by the time these are even halfway depleted. Once you get to Volcanus, it's basically GG. Just a matter of time from Volcanus. I could start plugging in my combinators, start getting some logistic menus filled out. Inserters, boxes. But expansion is really not going to be on the plate for still a while here. I don't think I'll be able to augment this to get military science. I mean, manually, might be able to. What do we need for military? We need steel, copper, iron, stone. We have everything we need to make the military science. I could do it. It'd be slow. And I don't think I'd be able to automate it unless we expanded, but manually we could do it. The grenades are terrible. The grenades just eat so much iron and coal. Power grid is ahead. We're still able to expand on that front, no problem, if we wanted. Could probably run this on one boiler and one steam engine. Really pretty shocked it's holding any level of SPM at all as we're getting all this stuff. And look at that already. This thing fills quickly. I love it. The goodie box. This extra copper is going to be needed come low density time. The low density structures just eat the copper. Reserves are stacking up good here. That's why defense is important. We can't get overrun here. This base has to hold. I guess if I really wanted to at this point, I could start making the piercing ammo. Biters love that stuff. Pretty good start here. Patches are a little small, but the way that I play, we make every bit count. Uranium's not too far away. I mean, that might even be in belt range. That's like borderline belt range. Probably will end up running a train there. This is going to be a pipeline for sure. We'll just run an underground pipe to get oil. That's really nice there. And since we're running the train, we'll probably rig up something here. My mini mining outpost and have the train hit every stop. And then we'll be in business. We should be on our way to chemical science here in the very near future. Okay, what is missing from this base? I think like we have everything that we need basically. We have the assembler to make things. I'm trying to check all the bases here. We have the radar. We have ammo production. We're about to get tall power lines, so that's going to be a big upgrade. Maybe substations? No, I don't think we get substations yet. What does this give? Oh yeah, this gives power lines and tall power lines. Okay. I know what we need. We need steel chests. Ding ding ding. Let's do it. Yes, we need a box upgrade here. Good stuff. We need 3 more. Could increase the ore cap. Right, let's do that. The more ore we got in the factory, the better. Every box must be upgraded. Ammo box, nice. Take save on that upgrade. Just let it cook. Ah, that's what I need to do. I need to go start getting more wood. We're gonna need more wood for these power lines. Let's go get her done. We're gonna go up here. Should be enough for now. Time for some devil's food cake. The best devil's food cake. Combinators are coming soon. There will be many combinators. About 10 more minutes till we get these new electric poles. I'm gonna have to decide if I'm gonna go full redesign or not. Probably not. This is holding really good right now. I'm pleased with this. I want to get a lot of this automation and logistics science research done. Because when we expand, we're going to need the full perimeter defense and the ammo belt. Definitely have enough belts and resources to do that, but I guess it's going to come down to if I want to invest into military science before chemical science, or just go straight to chemical. Space Rush would dictate straight chemical. Okay, since the biters are holding, and since we have some more ammo now, let's go ahead and plop down another iron miner. Let's see if we can bolster our defenses over there a little bit, maybe. Because I sense a biter attack coming soon. Haven't been any yet. I forgot the belts, dang it. Okay, we don't want to get too much more iron, because I don't want to overload the spaceship hub. We're forgetting things, folks. Only have one, yeah. I guess that's all we're going to need for now. Soon, new power lines. Okay, let's see how that does. In theory, it should get us a short surplus of the logistics science. There it is. There we go. SPM is about to go up. What a difference one miner makes. And that's also going to mean more cogwheels, which means more belts, and more inserters, and more steel, more iron. It's just a wonderland right now. More ammo. Yeah, ammo's looking good now. This is the future of the factory right here, is this ammo. The security and safety. Looks like we are going to start to get that slow trickle into the positive for the logistics science now. Hype. That means I could add another lab at some point if I wanted. Still not clogging. That's holding fine. I think we might have found the sweet spot here. So it'll be 3 miners for iron and then 1 for every other one. That's just fine. We're holding 2 boilers and all the steel furnaces. On the coal. Who needs a main bus? Awesome. Best starter base ever. Let's go. power lines. Medium electric pole. Let's go. Okay, I gotta watch my circuit line here. This is gonna get tricky. We're running 2 wires here. I'm getting confused here. Too many wires. I think that's correct. Yes, that's correct. Nice. Yo, it's a big raid coming in from the big man, the man who likes his factories. Mega. Welcome in, raiders. Thank you for the raid. Hope you all like engineering, because we just getting started here. How's your stream? Was day 44 now? I know you were working on some biolabs last time I was checking you out. Welcome in, all. We're doing some standard settings here for a space age run. This will be a quality-less run. We're doing some fun things with the space wreck here. We're really maximizing what the space wreck can do for an early factory, as you can see. We do a lot of cool things like this on this channel. Once again, thank you so much for that raid, and welcome. Okay, we are doing some power grid work here. We just got the medium electric poles, and I have to be careful with my circuits here. What the hell is going on here? Unconventional engineering. That is what we do here. I still can't believe this thing hasn't clogged. Don't know how that extra ammo got in there. Oh yeah, we do, because I was working on the circuit. Wait, if you like Factorio, you're in the right place. We did a lot of Factorio here. We got 3 different Factorio subs at our Discord. One for general correspondence, one for blueprints, and then another for our crew, our community. We do multi-worlds. We just finished a multi-world last week. That was so challenging. Oh my god, physical projectile damage behind Aquilotech, cryoscience. It was a nightmare. Science was so slow. Space was so slow. I learned things in that multi-world. Yeah, we got a lot of other channels there. If you like gaming in general, come on in, check us out. We got a lot of cool people there. And if you don't know what multi-world is, it's where you play with other people and they might have some of your tech locked behind their checks. So you kind of have to work together as a team. We're running a maximum of 5 electric mining drills right now. 3 of them are iron ore. Excuse me, that's 6, isn't it? Yeah. Don't do math on Twitch, people. We're really trying to get every last bit we can out of each ore for this run. Okay, looks like this one's going to be a while. This gives me a while to start working on some upgrades here for our power lines. We're going to have to start crafting some tall power lines. Okay, we are running a wire from here. Ah, nice. So much better. We still got a spot here, don't we? Yep. I play on controller, so forgive me all. It took me a long time to learn how to play Factorio on controller, but I was kind of forced to do it. Okay, we've got a green wire coming through here. Why did I circuit through that furnace? Oh, that's right, because we didn't have the range. Okay, yeah, we can fix that now. Okay, let's see. There is no wire coming in on this pole. Okay, that's fixed. Oh, that range, so much better. Okay, we still got a space here. We're gonna have to move it down, huh? I'll just plug one in there. It's fine. This is fine. This is a surplus of stuff coming out of here. Whoa. This is good. What kind of contraption have I made here? Stacking copper? We're going to need it later for the low densities. Low densities just eat that copper. Oh wait, what am I doing? We need to craft more stuff. We need tall power lines. I need some more of these first. I gotta get this chemical science going so we can get some modules. I want my modules. Modules make miracles happen. So yeah, this is probably the opposite of what most of you who are watching SFH are used to seeing. I do have a megabase file, but my megabase is nowhere near what could be considered a true megabase yet. We're kind of stuck at 200K. I play on a shared platform. But for the size, it's really good. I'm getting 200K on what? I think I'm running 80 biolabs. I mean, I wish, right? If they gave me more ships to work with, I might be able to make another module here. We could probably throw something together for military and chemical science. I was considering doing it with this. In theory, with the tall power lines now, or the medium electric poles rather, and some long arm inserters, I might be able to get another layer around this for using as a makeshift hub. But then I got to be really selective about what's moving in and out of it. And I got to make sure everything that does clog it up, I have an out for. That's where the surplus is coming from. These items will clog, so I make an out for them, and we just kind of stack them into storage. And it works out really good, because all of these items are very good items early. This is something like you'd see on the Factorio starting screen, with all those janky setups they have. Aside from looking pretty janky, it actually works really well. I've been really pleased with the setup. Early on, I had to kind of manually insert the ores until we would get some upgrades going, and then I was able to start automation, which was a big, pleasant surprise, actually. I like these kind of compact setups. I build space platforms that maximize the amount of inserters that come in and out of the hub to balance production as much as possible. I love my combinators. I love my circuit networks. We can't circuit the space the space wreck here itself. We can't do that, but we have been able to circuit around it, and that's how I'm able to feed ammo through it. When the gun turrets are low, it's reading the ammo for the gun turrets. So if it's low, it'll insert ammo into the hub, and it'll insert right into the gun turret at the set constants for it. Don't need belts to get around to the other side. I've got the coal feeding in on a burner inserter, and that's circuited to every furnace that is feeding from the coal, in addition to the coal belt line that you see feeding the boilers there. That's currently at a constant of 80, which is right where we want it to ensure that those burner inserters always have coal going into those boilers. Okay, looks like our bars are done. We need some of these to branch out over to where our mining action is happening. And I just like tall power lines. I love these things. They make it easy to connect my style of outposts. I like to run one cargo train for each ore, as in not four cargo trains, just one cargo train carries all four ores. Sometimes five if I choose to incorporate the uranium outpost, which I'll probably be using barrels for the compact. Ah, that range, so much better. Much better. Okay, let's see. Do we have any left? Yeah, we still have 7 left. Okay. We'll sit on those for a bit. Do I want to get speakers going yet? I mean, alarms never hurt, right? Couldn't hurt to have an alarm for coal. We probably don't want this to go below, what, 75? I don't want this alarm triggering frequently when we shouldn't be. I think 75 is a safe number. Seems like it's not dipping below that. Okay, we got that as a backup. I love my backups and my contingencies. I always have them. Okay, what else can we do with the current tech that we have? Combinators can't get too much use out of those yet. Maybe once we start going for military science. Um, we got some repair kits. We haven't been attacked yet. Not worried about that. Could start making some engines. Don't really need them yet. Yeah. We should be good for a bit. I should probably just let it cook. It all must be ordered, or my OCD can't handle it. Yeah, we're getting a slow surplus here. This is good. Maybe I should add another lab right now? I don't know, it breaks the symmetry though, doesn't it? I'm trying to really enjoy this play. What do we got here? Tool belts, that's not a priority. Yeah, looks like, what is this? That's when we mine it. Okay, yeah. This is what I want right here. Once we get these, we can expand, because we won't have to build more steam engines. We just stack these babies. My favorite module, efficiency. Underrated. Some people hate efficiency modules for whatever reason. I love them. I especially love them on Gleba, where they really shine. And on space platforms, they can be really good. Factorial's all about playing the way you like. People don't like efficiency modules, that's fine. I'm not one of them. I'm the type that has the surplus of efficiency models ready to go in my factory. And all my machines have at least one or two of them, probably. Unless I'm running beacons. I'm deciding if I want to do Space Rush this run. That's a challenge I haven't run yet. I always usually get production and utility science going before I leave Novice. It would be kind of stepping out of my comfort zone not to do that, so I think that would be a good challenge. Push for space as soon as we get the chemical science. Multi-world has really taught me some things. I got some good platforms ready to go that are normal quality and cheap. Really low-cost platforms that essentially it's operational in 2 launches, and it'll start getting you iron, steel, and space platform to build itself in space at the cost of another launch, which will be the copper wire, which you get a ton of anyway per launch, 4,000. That's basically how I build my space platforms now. They essentially build themselves at a cost of 3 launches. That's going to be coming up later. We got some really cool space tech on the platforms, lots of circuitry. I made a normal quality platform for the multi-world that got to Solar System Edge. Barely. It was banged up, but we made it. With paltry levels of explosive and physical projectile damage, because that seed was just terrible. I'm glad Shattered Planet wasn't the goal, or we'd probably still be playing that seed. Shattered Planet is terrible. Awful. I've done extensive testing for Shattered Planet, and it was a headache. So you're not only battling an enormous logistical production distance standpoint, you're also battling UPS, which in of itself can eat logic gates and lead to mistargeting, even when your platform is over-engineered. And that's still cooking up nicely. Okay, it's time to start planning. When this research gets done, we're gonna be going for that pump jack, so it's time to start thinking about that oil field down there, I think. Let's get some pipes going. We're gonna need some underground pipes too. How many do we have currently? Not very many. Let's go scoop up some more iron. Green circuit's stacking up really nice. Hello. Okay, when this gets full, we'll start some underground. I'm the type that likes to craft in the assembler rather than manual. I will do manual here and there, but give me an assembler. We got a pretty good map here. Again, this is just your standard settings. Fighters are starting to populate more. I'm glad I'm keeping production low right now. And we got an oil field right here. So we're just going to run a pipeline for that. We still got these starter patches, which are close. And we're using every bit of ore, maximizing what we get out of it. So these will probably last. This we'll probably need to train for, as I said, which means we're going to need some barrels. Once I get fluid handling going, we'll get some sulfuric acid going. And then once we get uranium, it's unlimited power. Unlimited power. It's like we are going to have to clear some biters. Ooh, I might have to start working on some piercing ammo. Maybe we're going to need that military science for the chemical science. Okay, let's go scout some of this. Let's grab those pipes first. Okay, so yeah, we'll drop the pump jacks here. Should be easy to get a box and a gun turret in here, a wall perimeter. We have tall power lines now. I should probably just run the power lines from the base. Could go solar here. I think I like to run the power lines from the base though. Okay, we'll be able to bring it up right here. And then maybe we can get some advanced oil processing. I usually like to go straight to advanced before petroleum. The sooner I can get a flamethrower perimeter up, the better. Okay, what's going to be the next thing we need down there? We're going to need another gun turret, at least, maybe two. A little short on cogwheels right now. Let's craft some of those. One assembly is all you need. I'm really surprised this thing is working and was able to hold that any SPM at all, let alone getting all this extra stuff we're getting. This is how I'm going to start playing Factorial for sure, getting set up early. I'm going to just kind of shelter up around this and get set up, and then boom. Now that I know this works, this does work. I mean, why not? When it works so well. It is. It's very awesome. It gives you 5 spots here, and we're moving so many things through it right now. We're moving like a dozen intermediates through this thing and more. And it's not clogging. It did take some fine-tuning. Like I said, we have to have an out for these items here that are coming out: copper, green circuit, iron, belt, steel. But yeah, I've been really pleased with this. This is the way for the starter base right here. This is the way. Okay, we're just gonna, let's see, think about this for a minute. We gotta make that gun turret. The hell was that? Sorry, y'all. Things that go bump in the night. I thought that the speedrunners might get some use out of it, but it's slow. I mean, if anyone could do it, guys like Nephrum's, Anti, those guys could probably whip something up with this, but it kind of doesn't suit their playstyle. I'm certain as a niche they could find a good use for it. I know that there could be a good use for it. It makes a good throughput. Maybe you could run like the early ores through it. That's what I did. I was running all the ores out of here. I was manual inserting for a little bit, and it was working great. Okay, I'm gonna make 2 of these. Those guys are good. It definitely did that. I was using no belts. We were using 0 belts until I got a circuit network. And then I was like, okay, now I can kind of control production coming in and out of here. Now we can try to automate this with the ores, and that has worked really well. Okay, we've got our gun turrets. We're gonna need some more walls. I think we have plenty for now. What else are we going to need down there? We're not going to go solar. We're going to go with power lines from the base. We're going to need a wooden box for the ammo and an inserter. Yeah, I didn't even think about the aspect of the early belts and how much, this could actually save. It did save me so much early iron. It was crazy. We were able to get science going very quickly. I made some blueprints here. Got your janky early burner furnace here. This was my Kickstarter lab just to get things initially moving. Just drop the coal in here and then it goes. And then this I plugged into the spaceship wreck early on. This helped me get going early very quickly. And then this kind of evolved into what you're seeing now, where we're just maximizing the amount of throughput of this thing. Okay, what else are we going to need here? With only 3 oil patches, I don't think I'm going to need a pump. We won't have to regulate much of the oil coming in. I do want to get as much of the oil into the factory as possible. So once we get fluid handling, we'll craft a storage tank. Maybe 2 or 3 of them. And then I'll try to just pump in as much oil into the factory as possible early. Because you never know if we might get attacked. And the way I build is, like I say, very compact, very small. We try to maximize every little bit of things that we're getting. So we're going to be maximizing every amount of oil that we get. We're going to get a perimeter of light oil flamethrower turrets, which is one of my favorites. We're probably going to have an ammo belt line going with that, and the gun turrets. That's just kind of my specialty. I love my defenses. I've tested them extensively in Deathworld and Deathworld Marathon. I've got an insane file for Deathworld Marathon. We can take a quick peek at it. We're getting 200k SPM here in Deathworld Marathon, which is not easy. It took me a very long time of idling the game to get this level of research prod. As you can see, we are absolutely surrounded by biters. I even got legendary biters here that I bred because I kind of want to play with them. And we got legendary worms out here. Yeah, this factory was a exercise in keeping things compact. It's somehow functional and defensive. Looks like science is stacking up slowly overall, except for agricultural, which is, we don't want too much of that. Still a lot of UPS tuning that can be done here and there. Have done some UPS tuning here and there, but never-ending process with that. I got some prototype things I was working on here, like this thing here. When expanding, just drop this on any planet, and then you got everything and everything you want on it. Got my fancy Gamba machine here with our one combinator fancy light circuit. Didn't think it was possible to get it down to one combinator. Then the masters at the Discord combinators showed me that it was possible. It takes a lot of code, as you can see here. A lot of prompts. But it works, and it's smooth. And it looks great. We're running decent-sized platforms here for Promethium. This is actually a double belt weave we have going on here. There's 2 lanes of these belts that weave through one another. I usually just like to center right here to save on UPS because I can check everything I need right here. Capacity of this is just over 170k. And processing speed, we are pulling about 7,500 Promethium per minute. For the size and speed of this ship, really good. And we bring up 20k biter eggs for processing and come back with 77,000 Promethium from every trip. Looks like this one's about to come in now. Yeah, we've got 174k on board. And then, yep, 77k is what was processed from the last trip. Very good. This is our Gleba. Mostly bot builds. I try to keep them clean, compact. These outposts have worked really good. They just kind of handle everything and launch. You do have to cargo in rocket parts. But they can branch out easily with roboports, as you can see here, and you just connect one patch of jelly nut to it, and then cargo what's needed to and from, and then 2 patches with the Yumako, and it holds about 3,500 SPM for each one of these. This makes expanding Gleba really easy, whereas expanding Gleba is normally a pain. We also have artillery outposts here. We ship in artillery shells to keep that safe, and as you can see, the Tesla turrets definitely going overboard, but we don't want any problems. This is the master block here. We're getting all things Gleba here. I have these control centers rigged up on all my worlds that let me monitor everything. There's alarms here if anything falls low. Looks like everything is at constant now. We're getting check marks across the board. Excellent. I do the Omni Foundries here, which make multiple products with my combinator setups. Omni Cryo Plant. This foundry right here makes all the pipes and belts for the foundry. We have another one of these on Vulcanus. My Vulcanus is massive, as you can see, because that's Vulcanus. This is our logistic array. The bots handle demand for anything from the logistic network. This is the pipe and belt foundry here. It makes all the pipes and belts for Vulcanus to a constant. We've got our single machine upcyclers here. I know Hobbit is a fan of these. These are awesome. They do take advantage of the productivity bonus. And yeah, we've been holding 200k SPM for a while now. It's insane. Death World Marathon, the penalty is just, oh, so bad. Got our metallurgic science array here. These actually worked out really good. The tungsten production is just right for it. These are my science blocks. There's only one assembler. It's a stone crafter. We don't have to bust in any stone for these. All the stone for it is crafted on site to keep production moving. This is how you make production science, is with the stone crafting on Vulcanus. This is just, like I said, a really minimalist setup, kinda, that is simply stacked. This one cryo plant provides plastic for every one of these nodes, which is insane. Now I've got these broken down into nodes to try and make expansion easier. These are obviously not the most efficient. We're running efficiency beacons here and there in modules, but this just kind of helps me balance things for where my current level of production is. How are we looking here? We're looking good across the board. Very nice. So Fulgora is welcome to the hives. We run hives on Fulgora. This is our main EM science hive. About 8 to 1,200 logistic bots active here, keeping things moving. We ship in batteries that are in excess, in addition to holmium ore and holmium plates. Looks like we're also shipping in some stone from other areas. This was self-sufficient until I started putting speed modules in some of the efficiency beacons, and then we had to start shipping things in to keep up for its own demand. The amount of accumulators, obviously, just absolutely ridiculous. Power demand. But all numbers stay green. This is slowly climbing. This will eventually get to 50k again, which is great. It voids everything to a set constant to get the EM science and keep it moving steadily. Everything's produced on site for it. Rocket parts, batteries here. As I say, we do ship in some to kind of lessen that demand. We got the long cargo trains for this, for the scrap. It goes straight in. Then we got these prototypes I've been working on. These small EM science silos. This gets 350 SPM. This will void everything needed except for the EM science and rocket parts. So this, you just plop this down on a scrap pile, and then you get launches and you get EM science. It's really that simple. That's all you have to do. That was the goal behind these, and they work great. Obviously not the most efficient thing in the world, but with the high level scrap mining productivity, as I say, you can crank out 350 SPM from this, and that's relatively low cost for a good amount of SPM. And you don't have to worry about shipping in anything. It's completely self-sufficient with electricity and rocket parts and everything. It's just great. And you can even launch other things you might need from here. Surplus of superconductors or surplus of holmium you might need. I'm running a couple of these. I'm also running utility science because that's good on Fulgora. Utility science is a little trickier, a little bit slower, only 150 SPM from the small module I have here. And again, it voids everything you needed except for which is needed for the utility science, but it is self-sufficient. Just plop it down, you're guaranteed launches, you're guaranteed 150 SPM utility science. This monster right here is where we're getting all of our legendaries from, aside from Space Casino. And this thing produces legendaries like, wow. All of the scrap is upcycled to the legendary. Again, you just drop this, you can launch any of these legendaries here that you want at any time you want. Rocket parts pay for themselves. I love designing this blueprint, and I love the results of it. It's just so good. I've got, what have we got? We've already got 200,000 legendary iron plates here. It just churns them out. And this is no LDS shuffle, none of that. We get a hatch from there from time to time because of the Pentapod egg incubator. This is my medium utility science setup. This one gets a bit more utility science, about, I'd say maybe 350 to 400. It's a lot more demanding though on bots, on recyclers. This was just kind of made to see if we can get utility science and also get some key intermediates out, LDS, processing units. We're also shipping batteries out of here. These are relatively low cost. There's only, what, less than 50 bots active here. I do have a very high level of worker robot speed. This is the master hub here. We're doing utility science here. We're doing a lot of upcycling here. We have holmium going here. I did have Tesla turrets going here until I cut production because we just have so many of them legendary. We do still have quality modules going here, EM plants, recyclers, all the good stuff from Fulgora. As I say, I like to run hives on Fulgora just because at my level of worker robot speed, why not? As long as UPS remains manageable. I do have a new laptop. I'm hoping that's going to help with my UPS soon on a lot of my planets. Aquilo is Aquilo, right? I mean, Aquilo is basically the same everywhere you go. You got your cryoscience to silo array. You got your upcycling. You got your lithium, your full credit hot gold, quantum processor. I did get a fluorine train going here. The modular builds are definitely the way to go on Aquilo. I really like designing this cryoplant design. It feeds very well, it's tileable. It's very low demand on bots. I've only got bots feeding rocket parts and heat for the heating towers with solid fuel here and there. Really clean Aquilo. Just keeps getting bigger and bigger. Hobbit, I know you about that. You know all about that getting bigger. I do run a refinery here as a backup. This was really good when I reconstructed Aquilo, because there was a lot of downtime from the ammonia. I had to redo everything. And this was providing heat while I was working. This is definitely not required, but as I say, I like to have this as a contingency. And the cool thing about this is that it's self-balancing with the passive provider chests. If ammonia runs out and solid fuel stops, then the bots will pull from here. And because they're just pulling from here until the solid fuel's gone, one of these is always going to keep running, and it won't back up. I also have rocket fuel going as a backup here, contingency, just in case we need to keep launches going during some downtime or something that might have happened. We have some amount of upcycling going on down here with these single machine upcyclers. I really only produce what's needed. These are my interplanetary and Aquila platforms. These things are freaking amazing, and these things are a masterwork of circuits. Most of this is my work. Some of it I did get assistance on from people at Reddit and abroad. This platform can do it all. This platform has smart targeting, it has Prometheum capability. Everything comes to the hub here. It produces exactly what's needed when it's needed. There's one foundry that crafts everything. There's one cryoplant that crafts everything. We've got 3 chem plants. Obviously, we need that 3rd chem plant because of the coal synthesis. 2 assemblers. Yeah, this is a masterwork of circuitry, as you can see, and took an immense amount of testing. This platform will slow itself down once in Shattered Planet space to gather Prometheum. It is capable of reaching Shattered Planet, albeit very slowly. And I have tried to add some descriptions here to the combinators. I do have a blueprint for this for people who might be trying to learn. I have alternate setups here for Shattered Planet when needed. We switch the fuel pumps around, kinda. Everything comes in and off of this platform on the sushi belt. The constant combinators control a lot of the production numbers. Like right here, you can see these are my numbers I have set for our ammo belt on the sushi belt. One side of the belt is for our ores, our ammo, and the other is for any other items like the asteroids that come through. This platform is really cool. I love this platform. It has a huge cargo space. It can do anything. Like I say, it can even do Prometheum. Albeit the capacity for Prometheum is somewhat limited to its cargo space, but still, for just getting started with Prometheum, amazing. Looks like we took another bump there. That happens from time to time. Yeah, these platforms have really helped me to be able to ship a lot of science quickly between planets to maintain this 200K. And yeah, that's about it for, I guess we can take a look at Novice here. Yeah, we've got a lot of modular stuff going on in Novice here. These are my train setups. Because it's Deathworld Marathon, I like to run the trains kind of as tight as possible. We did have to expand to a 5 rail waiting lane for these at Depot, but it works really good. We've got our upcycling here, our recycling here. So this is my control center where I monitor everything. We got our backup logistic Omni Foundry, Omni Cryo Plant. I'm making Tesla turrets on Novice, because why not? And we're upcycling them here also. This is our manual production hub. We also have legendary circuit upcycling going on here. Anything I need manually, I make here for quality production or just as normal quality. This is our iron hub. We're running largely molten at this point, mostly all exclusively pipelines, as you should. I have my pipeline that goes all the way around the factory. This is fucking amazing. I always build my factory like this now. I love this perimeter defense into pipeline. The light oil connects right there to the light. Oh, excuse me, the flamethrower turrets for the light oil. I can easily plug in around the perimeter anything I want from this pipeline. Obviously not all these are necessary. Some of these are just swag, but yeah. It makes it really easy to plug in any of these foundries that are needed along the perimeter for your logistic demand. Like you need more iron, just, okay, in between one of these, plug in another one of those. This is our uranium hub right here. We are upcycling uranium here. We've got a lot of legendary uranium now. What are we looking at here? 3,800, juicy. And we've got lots of legendary nuclear fuel, so these trains go fast. This is our secure biter egg storage in case we need to have a dump from space, which is rare, but sometimes things happen. All the biter eggs go here, and obviously they are starting to be disposed of immediately and stored securely. There's our oil processing here. We are oil cracking with biochambers, because that is good. Some people like to run nutrients from biter eggs. I like to run nutrients from Bioflux, because it comes early. And it's readily available, and you could ship a lot of it. Cheap. This is our fusion reactor, right? This is 4.2 GW. This is uncommon. I could upgrade this to higher quality and get more out of it. I do have a file where I'm running an 18 GW plant, and those are awesome. This is our biter egg array. Biter egg silos. These are all legendary. Otherwise, we would be running a shitload more of these, probably on the water, to maintain this level of SPM in Deathworld Marathon. But thanks to legendary quality, we only have to run 8 silos. This is our fluid handling here. All of our tanks are here. Barrels I need for anything. Obviously, you know, you don't need to barrel all this like crude oil. But I like to do it because we swag. And it's good to have lube as a barrel for when you might need to make some foundries on site or something. Good to have petrol. Good to have full kettle cold, obviously. Good to have heavy oil for your coal liquefaction when needed. I got some backup cargoes in here. A little bit more stone was needed, so we plugged that in. Just a short little outpost here. Same thing with the molten iron. We got a molten iron outpost set up. The corner array works really good here. The pipes fit through. You get your defenses in there. I got my artillery throws ready to go. All the artillery is running on one wire. That's controlled from a switch at the control center. And as you can see, when I turn the artillery on, there's going to be a gigantic war on this Novice. And I mean a huge fucking war. So that's going to be interesting to see if my defenses can hold up to that. Because, yeah, look at that. And this is Deathworld Marathon. We have our biolabs right here. This works really good. I like this setup. It's obviously somewhat limited when Mega Basin. I've saved just enough room here to double this amount. So I can put another full set of biolabs on the other side once we're ready. New computer. I also have spoilage control at the end of this line. If it detects any spoilage on this line, it will start pulling off agricultural science to basically route back to the front of the line and spoilage until that spoilage is off the line. So that ensures that there's no spoilage on the line ever. It is bot heavy here, obviously. That's what just kind of happens with the science. But it's really compact. This is about as compact as you'll see for this type of biolab setup. I got our logistics silos here. I got my bot mall for whatever we might need to ship out on the fly quickly. And we've got, these are some more prototypes I've been working on for science. These are largely self-contained and bot-free. This pulls 4300 SPM. This one pulls 2900 SPM. No bots required here. It's all pipes and belts and direct insertion. This military array pulls 1250 SPM. Not bad for what it's worth. These arrays I just left early that I designed for the main bus when we were running a main bus of more items, and I converted that to fluid, obviously. And I've got the Chem Science prototype here. This one pulls 2700 SPM. Solid. As you can tell, I like my modular self-contained builds that you don't have to bus anything in. It's all made on site. It's just so good. Like I said, I have a huge main bus here on Volcanus, but we don't use much of any of it except for rocket parts here. So expansion, you know, I'll have something else in case I need something here and there. The main bus will provide. And all the science here is self-contained. I just plug it in, it works. This is our coal liquefaction hub on Volcanus. I'm pretty proud of this one. We had a big problem with fluids moving through here and just not getting enough. So I had to convert to bioflux and to oil cracking with biochambers on Volcanus. And as you can see, we run efficiency here. I like my efficiency modules. I like to split them with speed modules where I can. That really helps me to balance the factory later on down the road. Like if I need more, then I know I can just, okay, let's put in a speed module here where there's an efficiency module. And because there's fusion, you know, electricity's not going to be a problem. So I really like that it helps me to balance that. I love efficiency modules for that, and splitting them with speed modules in the beacons. Yeah, this puts out a lot of petroleum. The petroleum demand on Volcanus just grows and grows to insane levels. And at some point, without biochambers, you're just fighting an uphill battle. You really need the biochambers and that extra productivity here. So yeah, that's my Megabase tour, folks. Nowhere near what you see on SFH, but for the size of it, for the compactness of it, I think it's pretty good. And remember, this is Deathworld Marathon, so I've been fighting a huge penalty for a very long time in regards to SPM. As far as I know, there's no one else that is getting this level of SPM in Deathworld Marathon. I haven't seen it from anyone. So yeah, back to business. Back to letting it cook. Hope y'all enjoyed that tour. I also run microbase files. We do some really cool things with microbases, like Okay, we got to see it now. Like the Quark file here. This is a pre-space file for Novice. This is all normal quality stuff. One train brings in all the ores. Pretty small overall. It's all running bots. We're maximizing beacons here. There's 9 assemblers and furnaces around every beacon. Just small and clean. My mining outposts at work. These work really good. They bring in ammo and what they need, and they fill and go when they need. Very compact, self-defending. I just run the Roboport all the way here. So if anything's needed from the main base, the bots will just fly it over. And because it's defended along this line, there's usually no issues with biters. I love these mini mining outposts. This is the uranium one here. Like I say, I'm running barrels here. It's full right now, but we're still getting uranium here. I'm going to have to empty this soon. You do have to do that. Without bots, you will have to empty this and get more barrels in here from time to time. But for what it's worth, hey, it gets uranium and it's cheap. These are my self-building space platform things. As I say, these are operational in 3 launches. And it'll start getting you any one of these intermediates to your cargo landing pad or up here. And as I say, you can launch up copper cable in one rocket, you get 4,000. So in many ways, it's a lot cheaper just to do that and produce the iron and steel in space, which is free. It's obviously kind of slow, but that can be increased with productivity for speed modules. But yeah, the space platforms build themselves. And once it's built to where I need, they evolve into the planetary platforms or the space science platforms. That's what we've done here. You can see it's the same design. This one has evolved into the space science platform. And this one has designed into what's going to be our Vulcanus platform. Really good stuff, really efficient. Love it. And then the legendary file here, this is where we just get silly with stuff. This is Sandbox. We've got this tiny gleba here, and we're pulling carbon fiber. We've got 4 biochambers switching recipes between all these different things. We've got 1 steam turbine here. I love doing stuff like this. I love scouting gleba, looking for the mixed patches like this, and then just plopping down this tiny base that somehow gets all this shit out of it. I love that shit. This file, we are really trying to go absolute minimalist with everything. At least, and still keep things moving. Like I say, Novice is just used for this lab. The Prod 3 modules are made here. We've got Omni foundries and just enough to keep rocket parts moving for space platforms as needed. And exports. This is all solar powered here. This is all solar. This entire Novice is solar, including this mining outpost. Pulling 129 SPM on 1 biolab. No science is made here. All the science is made on Vulcanus and elsewhere. Tiny Fulgora that gets utility science and EM science. There's another prototype I have. This one gets both of them and is voiding everything at a constant. It's slow, but it works. I have not started on Aquilo yet on this file. This is the Paragon. This is my Aquilo platform. This can actually all be normal quality. Oh yeah, I can't show you the Archipelago file. Dang, we had some cool stuff going on in that one. This is another file where I'm trying to push the limits of things. Trying to see how small I can actually get setups. This one has the smallest novice yet. This novice is just for like what you're seeing here. We don't even have any mining outposts here. We're growing coal. We're synthesizing all the coal you see here. And all the copper comes from space, all the calcite comes from space, all the iron comes from space. Everything comes from space. No mining outposts on this novice. I love this shit. We've got our minimalist gleba here. Excuse me, not gleba, vulcanus. I tried to squeeze this in as tight as I could. We're getting all 6 sciences here, including metallurgic. We're also getting an export for tungsten plates and carbide as needed later. I love just squeezing this stuff in as small as I can get it and still get it functioning. This vulcanus is really cool here, what we're doing. And this is all normal quality. Everything on this file is normal quality, which makes it even cooler. Yeah, this is also sandbox. As you can tell, we have cryoplants here, and I'm not on Aquilo yet. This is just for fun stuff. Yeah, as you can see, we do a lot of cool and fun things with this game on this channel. Okay, back to the task at hand. Yeah, for this play, as I said, I think we're going to try the Space Rush, maybe. Depends on how defenses end up working out. We're going normal quality on this play. I'm going to try to design another normal quality Solar System Edge platform, because that's a fun challenge. The one in Multiworld was terrible. Because as I said, I had like very limited physical projectile damage and explosive damage. Laser damage was blocked behind Promethium science. So lasers were not an option. And my gun turrets were just devouring iron and ammo because it took so much ammo on the asteroids. I'm telling you, people, don't do Archipelago unless you're ready for a Factorio challenge, because it is a Factorio challenge. I had no logistic bots until I was almost on Aquilo. I had to babysit every silo and have some ridiculous belt to filtered inserter to get all my exports from every silo that I needed. No logistic bots, that's another really grueling challenge. But it definitely teaches you things. I had no batteries for the longest time, and other people's progression in that seed was behind my utility science. So I had to risk it all going to Fulgora so I could finally get some batteries to start some level of utility science to get them the technology that I needed to progress in my seed. Pretty crazy stuff. So I do kind of have a long distance goal for my Infobond file of getting at least 500k SPM for Deathworld Marathon. I think that's a good bar to set. I have the blueprints now, I have the plan. It should be just as easy as copy pasta. But as I said, I need a better laptop first. I need to have UPS running better because my OCD just can't handle it. I could obviously do it, but UPS would probably be around like 40, 45, and I can't have that. Hobbit taught me that's not how we do. We optimize UPS here. That's what we do. That's good engineering, people. I've been playing Factorio since just before Space Age came out. I think it was like a month or two before Space Age came out that I started playing vanilla. I still have a vanilla file I have to finish at some point. That's going to be a lot of fun. For my Space Age file, I spent 700 hours on Novice, learning and patenting some ridiculous Novice tech. I had furnaces and assembly machines that were beaconed with rare quality and were almost as fast as foundries. Yeah, the Prometheum ships, that's just such a huge hurdle to overcome. You really have to try to get them as compact as possible and efficient. I'm still working on making that happen somehow. I thought that a million ESPM for Deathworld Marathon might be possible for me, but it's just, I can't see myself doing it. It's too ambitious of a task. The penalty is just so bad. 4 times science costs. It's just, oh. But we're on our way to 500k. We're already at 200k. It's a good challenge. It's a unique challenge. I really don't know anyone else that plays Deathworld Marathon in a sense of competitive SPM. As I said, I'm also completely surrounded by biters in that file. I know if I let artillery rip, it would save on some UPS. But I kind of like to have the biters around to test my defenses. Speaking of defenses, we got 2 gun turrets for this thing. We still haven't been attacked, which is good, because we're keeping production small. Deathworld Marathon has taught me to keep things small and compact, I guess. I could probably scale all this up immensely and get moving a lot faster. This is just normal settings on this file. There's nothing out of the ordinary. But I'm trying to find cool stuff like this to do with normal quality stuff. It can be scary early. The earliest part of Deathworld Marathon is the worst part. It's very easy to get bricked and to be overrun. Oftentimes you might have to, deconstruct factories and stay on the move till you get an optimal location. Another thing you can do if you're really patient is just farm up a lot of stone and then try to get enough tech for the landfill, and then you can just build on the water. Yes, that in Deathworld Marathon, that window is grueling. And the military science has a lot more value in Deathworld than Deathworld Marathon for sure. It's just basically essential for Deathworld Marathon. You need that military science, you need that damage levels. Or it just can't sustain the amount. That said, there is like a barrier. Once you finally get past that initial hump and you are actually starting to hold your outposts and your ammo starting to get in surplus a little bit, at that point it's not as bad. Unless you're doing Marathon, of course. Deathworld Marathon, which you're still fighting the horrendous SPM penalty. But even after that, if things work out and the behemoths start showing up, you can still get bricked. You can be just fine with the big biters, and then suddenly the behemoths show up, and you're overrun. Enough for wipe. Yep, that's what it is. I haven't wiped in Deathworld yet, but like I say, I pride myself on my defenses and my planning, so I usually have very strong defenses as soon as possible. Full perimeter defense, full ammo belt. Thanks so much for that follow. Appreciate it. Hope you enjoy engineering. I know I do. A buddy of mine is talking about the new mod pack they released for space exploration. So we might be getting into that soon, starting a new space exploration file. I didn't get too deep into space exploration, but I liked what I saw. I liked the extra intermediates and steps and meta that it added. And now I know there's a new mod pack that's been added, so that might be worth checking out. Meraxis is also on my bucket list. I need to do a Meraxis play at some point. And Krastorio. I have a Krastorio play I'm doing with my buddy. We need to finish that file at some point. Krastorio 2, Spaced Out. That's got some cool stuff. Ah, yes, Tesla is a fine choice. As long as you got the electricity, the Teslas do their job very well. In my first play, after I left Novice for 700 hours, I went to Gleba first, because I wanted to test my defenses. And because I had over-prepared, my defenses held pretty well, and because of my flamethrower turrets, the Pentapods have no flame resistance, so... I also had some ridiculous levels of physical projectile damage. So my gun turrets and flamethrower turrets combined were able to hold off the big stompers. Flamethrower turret's really underrated on Gleba. They're obviously not the best, as I said, because the Pentapods are fast, but they can be effective. I love Gleba. In multi-world or archipelago or co-ops that we do, everyone always sends me to Gleba. No one wants anything to do with Gleba. They're always asking me for my Gleba blueprints. They say it's terrible, but I love Gleba. Gleba provides. Gleba's the only planet where your resources patches never run out. I've got a really good blueprint now that I devised for the bacteria, where it provides only when needed. If iron ore runs out, it will start producing the bacteria from the spoilage formula. Or excuse me, the jelly formula. The iron bacteria. And then once it has enough, it'll switch over to the cultivation. And oh, that base provided through that entire seed. It never backed up. It powered itself the whole way. Powered purely with spoilage. I love Gleba. I love Gleba, I love Volcanus, I love Fulgora. Aquillo's cool, but Aquillo is just like so one-dimensional. By the time you get there, you're basically, you know, on your way to the end of the game anyway. And you just need a couple things. Now, Mega Base Aquillo, yeah, that can get pretty fun with the logistic challenges, the heating challenges. Yes, the blade design is super effective, works very good. I've tried many different designs, and the blade design is tested and true. Right, the imports, it's a logistic challenge. You gotta make sure you have enough. I find carbon fiber is where most people tend to have issues. But the answer to carbon fiber is just spoilage. Make more nutrients, let them spoil, let it go to the carbon, and then you got easy carbon fiber. Now, the way I play, I usually have an excess of holmium, so that's never much of a problem. It's usually the carbon fiber that gets me. Or the stone. The stone can be an issue in getting the foundations. I'll usually import processing units and low densities, and then I'll just run furnaces, quality furnaces on Aquilo for what we need, steel, or I import my copper, my iron. I find that works better. I have considered going foundries on Aquilo, because with all of the oxide asteroids, calcite would be an easy drop. I don't know, I just, by that point I've usually got quality furnaces and it's just kind of more economical to run the furnace. Most of the iron and copper on Aquilo goes to heat pipes anyway. And usually those end up being imported. That's what I've done for some of my micro bases. I'll just, as soon as I get the advanced formula, it can do so much for your bases, dropping calcite, dropping sulfur, dropping copper. As I said, that micro base file I have from Novice, everything's coming from space. All the coal, all the iron, all the copper comes from space exclusively. Calcite is slow, and you tend to overproduce ice, so you gotta have kind of like an ice void if you're just using the advanced formula to get it, but it can work. I definitely like the bulk of my sciences to come from Volcanus, at least in terms of novice sciences. What I like to do is I'll set up science on novice as like a backup in case like I'm working on a planet and science slows down. I'll have enough to hold until we can get the imports coming in, but Volcanus, I like everything up to production science. Utility science also can work on Volcanus, but it can also work on Fulgora too. Usually I like to do utility on Volcanus for Megabase. For something like Multiworld, where you're just trying to get to the end, I'll take utility science to Fulgora for sure. Production science just seems like it has a natural home on Volcanus, where you can make the stone crafting foundries and get the free stone. Because we know the production science is extremely demanding on that stone. And it works out really good because you use so much molten iron for the steel and for the iron bars for the rails and for the furnaces, the steel. So the foundries are putting out a lot of molten, which means they're putting a lot of stone, and it just kind of works out hand in hand. Production science can work on Fulgora. Stone tends to be a little slow, depending on what you've got going for your holmium situation. But at some point, holmium's going to cap. It always does. And at that point, you get an excess of stone, and that's where the production science starts to become more viable. Because by the time you're getting an excess of stone, you most likely are also getting an excess of steel. Yeah, I like my stone crafters on Volcanus. I love those things. Okay, we've almost got this next level of physical projectile damage. We've got weapon shooting speed after that. I definitely want that. And yeah, we're not going long until we're going to get this fluid handling going. We've got our pipeline ready for the oil field below. I've got to start thinking about infrastructure here. Fluid bus is very strong. It just is blows anything you can do on belts away. I try to upgrade to it as soon as possible after Vulcanus. Are you looking to Megabase as well? An ESPM goal in mind? Or ESPN? 2 million. Yeah, that's Megabase, all right. Seems for Megabase, one of the biggest challenges is just the cargo landing pad itself. And figuring out how am I going to get all this science out. Mining prod's not too hard to get. I think on my big file I've got like 2,000 mining prod, 2001 I saw it, I think. And I've had that idea too, just like having a blueprint where you plop it on, say, an iron patch or copper patch, and then it makes the science there. Or maybe you'll like ship in the one thing that you need to make it there, and then ship it out with train on the science. I know a lot of mega bases are basically relying on trains for the science transport. I'm going to try and refrain from that in my file. I'm going to try and keep it just cargo pad centric and on Novice. Took forever to get 200k. It might, you know, and at some point the belts, if it's done correctly. I try to keep my belts as short as possible, just because the longer that agricultural science is on that belt, the more time you lose it on Gleba. Every tick of freshness is key. Without mods, you're really kind of limited on what can be done at that scale. With mods, and you've got things like loaders. Loaders are incredible. With loaders, the sky's the limit. Okay, so you've got a cargo train setup that's able to come out of the hub. Interesting. That could definitely be beneficial. I had one of those in my previous file. That throughput is limited. It's set in stone. This is as many as you can get out. I've tried a lot of different throughput setups. Some of the silo setups are pretty cool. And of course, you've always got the cursed cargo wagon. The cursed cargo wagon is really cool because you can filter it. This thing still is clog free, and we are chugging right along here, folks, at a whopping 2 SPM. Now, this is really cool. I wanted to find out what exactly can be done from this thing, and sure enough. As a whole in Factorio, I've got over 5,000 hours. I've done a lot of Factorio. I've really enjoyed this game. And I continue to enjoy this game by coming up with cool things like this. Things that I haven't seen anyone else really do. A lot of my blueprints are, very unorthodox, Like my Gleba setup is silos. I use silos to process my agricultural science. I know some other people do that. Some of my blueprints are largely bot focused. I'm trying to get better about that. Oh, we just had a setup here for my mega base. You might have missed it. We can take another peek. Yeah, I'm pulling 200k ESPM here. This is Death World Marathon. These are my control centers. I have these set up on each world. This helps me to maintain, monitor everything. I've got alarms set up for critical factory functions here. Yeah, this is how my biolab setup looks. I've got 2 sides into the logistic boxes, and then they go into the buffers, and then into the requesters. We're running, I believe, 80 biolabs here. Really clean 200k ESPM on 80 biolabs. I got more Promethium than I know what to do with. 663,000. Yeah, we are surrounded by biters here. I have let the biters propagate. One, because look at that pollution cloud reduction. Normally this pollution cloud would spread way out here, but the biters are absorbing almost all of it. It's insane. And 2, I like to test my defenses, as aforementioned. I'm a really big defense guy. I could turn on these artilleries at any time, at the flick of a switch, but I'm just kind of holding off. Testing my defenses, testing my outpost defenses. I've got my display panels at every outpost so I can check. As long as I see these check marks, I know that I don't have to worry about fuel or anything there. And ammo. I like the 2-way cargo trains. For Death World Marathon, you want to keep things as tight as possible, and this design really does that. We run light oil to all the outposts. All the outposts have flamethrower turret perimeters, in addition to gun turret perimeters with ammo belts. Because Death World Marathon. We've got our Omni Foundries here that make multiple products. I've got my bot insertion here into the network as needed. Legendary bots. Our logistics silo array. This is our novice science array. As I said, I like to do some level of science on novice. These are some prototypes I've been working on. These require no bots, just fluid throughput. This gets 4,300 SPM. 2900 SPM on this one, and 1250 SPM on the military. And then I've got this Chem Science one I've been working on. This is 2700 SPM. This one's really good. Really clean, no bots. And I've got what was my main bus. I turned it into the fluid throughput here, obviously. And this holds Novice well until our exports from Volcanus get here. As you can see right now, our bot supply is pretty low. Or not supply, demand rather. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I appreciate it. I've been working on this one for a while. I've had a lot of help from people in the communities like Hobbit and Nephrons, Nilius, Anti, Abaknasti, all the legends. Oh yeah, he's got some great stuff. If you like BPs, we got a lot at our Discord. We got 3 dedicated Factorial channels there. We do multi-worlds and community events there. And we got some other cool stuff there, but yeah, we do a lot of Factorial there. This is our biter nest array. These are all legendary nests. So that's how we're able to get away with just this amount of nests at this scale of SPM. Because they're all legendary. We got our fusion reactor here. A lot of this is modular. We've got our fluid handling array here. All of my barrels here for whenever I need to send out some heavy oil or some lube. Yes, they're not easy to get. They are definitely not easy to get, but once you get them, they're worth it. We're doing our oil cracking here with the biochambers, because that's good. This is our uranium upcycling array. We're getting a lot of legendary U-235 right now. And a lot of legendary nuclear fuel to keep those trains moving quickly. What do we got now? 3,800. Let's go. I'll probably be making legendary nukes soon, because those are fun. Yeah, see, this is a really easy factory to expand. We've got our perimeter of fluid here. 12 different fluids run along this perimeter. I can plug anything in around any side that I want. The storage also extends along the perimeter, so the bots are always kind of centralized when they're putting things away. Like I say, if I need more steel or cogs, I just plug in another one of these on the perimeter between the pipes, and it works great. Train design is very simple here now. We get light oil in, we have iron ore coming out. This is our manual crafting array for productivity, quality, whatever I need on the fly. We've got legendary circuit production going on here. This is my legendary Gamba machine. When I try to Gamba on quality, this is where we play our Gamba. When you get a legendary item, it makes an alarm and a cool little sound. And we've got our single combinator rainbow light here, which is great. Nice and smooth transition between those colors. This is my blueprint for boxes and inserters. This is really good just for any planet. You drop this on the planet, and as long as you have a logistic network, you've always got a supply of inserters and boxes ready to go, no matter where you're at. Really handy blueprint to have. And yeah, I've got our coal here, copper. I do have a fluid outpost here for copper coming in. I figured, I mean, at this location, why not? Let's tap into this. All of my outposts have alarms for the ammo when it gets low or too high, so I can start shipping that in. I have logistic groups for every cargo train here. Yeah, I've got my outpost builder here. Oh, an alarm's going. We need to check the Aegis 3. There we go. I've almost got this fully automated, but not quite. I do have to have this alarm going off so I know when to switch and call up the 25,000 biter eggs for the next round of processing. These are my Promethean platforms. I have 3 of these. They hold up to 170,000 Promethean asteroid chunks, a little more. I've got my display panels here. I like to say zoomed in on these to save on UPS. Everything I need to see and control the platform is right here. I've got it circuited. All of our fuel. So yeah, all I have to do is listen for that alarm and then do 2 clicks. Not bad. We're doing a double belt weave on this platform. There's 2 lanes of belt weaving going on from the collectors here. We get about 7,500 SPM processing on this. This platform is my design. It's got the smart asteroid looping here. These things are incredible. It took me a while to design these, but they're tileable. And they only put the number of asteroids on the line that is needed to keep things backing up. Yes, I love my builds compact. It has to be compact, it has to be tileable. The only thing yeeted from the platform is carbon to get a little extra sulfur. This is wired in such a way that even if calcite backs up, then this one will start working, so we ensure that ice is always coming through. The double collectors are always full, and as I said, they only put onto the belt exactly what's needed. We've got our compact fusion reactor here. I use this assembly machine right here and this recycler as an emergency backup. Let's say we're in deep space and a pipe breaks or something. I go to this and I manually insert iron plates and then we get pipes. Anything we need, I can make on the fly. Or if we need possibly a more complex item, I can maybe recycle it and get that. These work really good. That's such a good biter, Harlow. I mean, his BPs are very clean. I would use them if I weren't such an engineer myself, you know. I like to engineer my own blueprints and stuff. But yeah, I can't live without these collector to crusher arrays now. It's just so good. I just plug it in and tile it. I know where it's going. It never backs up. There's always asteroids in the collector. Oh, you'll get there. It's a fun process. Prometheum ship's one thing, Shattered Planet's another thing. This is my Shattered Planet platform. This has made it to and from Shattered Planet several times in about 3 hours with no damage. This actually features manual insertion for the fusion fuel cells. I have an alarm here. I wanted to find out if manual insertion could work for this, and sure enough it does, as long as you have an alarm. Once the accumulator dips, the alarm goes off, and then you know, oh, I need to insert more fusion fuel cells. Yeah, this is my Shattered Planet platform. It gets there pretty quick. I'm pretty proud of this platform. It's reliable. It's fast. And it has some insane ammo production. Okay, alarm is off. That means I need to check that platform and do another tick. $25,000 biter eggs on the way, which equivalates to 77,000 Prometheum steins. And looks like that's what we're about to have here. Oh, 76,000. This load was a little short. Sometimes that happens. Right, nothing else to do. Ship circuits are so fun. Yeah, this is my Aquilo. Aquilo at night looks awesome. Aquilo is Aquilo, right? It's tileable science and pipes are the way to go. Parallel. Quantum processors. Got our upcycling right here in my control center, so I know everything's okay. How are we looking here? Yep, we got checks across the board. Nice. I have a backup here in case, something happens. The bots will pull solid fuel from here to keep things warm, and it balances itself. Because if one solid fuel runs out, then another will start. It just never runs out. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I like to keep my Aquilo compact and clean. These hubs I've designed are tileable and work really good. Like our lithium hub here. This works really good. And it connects to the ammonia hub and the fluoroketone hub. So I just have to keep building vertically here, essentially, is what we need. Huge launch going off. So many quantum processors. We have a fluorine train running. We'll probably have to get a lithium brine train running here pretty soon. Fulgora, we run what I like to call hives. As you can see, the hive is bustling here. We're doing utility science here. That's kind of what this master block has turned into here, is just utility science, some holmium, superconductors, capacitors. I've got prototypes here for different scales of EM science and utility science. This is our huge one. This is all self-contained. It will void everything to these set constants that I have here. For example, red circuits. As long as these numbers are green, we're good. This is slowly climbing again. We will get back to 50k. Yeah, this is makes rocket parts. It voids everything. Makes batteries. We do ship in some things. We're shipping in holmium, ore, plates, stone, and batteries right now to kind of help with the demand here. Very high demand for EM science here. I've got my small setup here. You just drop this on a scrap pile and it works. 350 SPM at my current level of scrap mining productivity. Is variable depending on your own. Yeah, these are really cool. You just drop this and then it works and it launches science. It's ready to go. It will void everything not needed for the EM science at the set constant right here in our circle of recyclers. It's very low on bot demand. There's only, 25 bots here? And they get the job done. They are legendary. Yeah, I love these things. I've got one for utility science. This one is a bit slower. But we do get 150 SPM out of this. And some other things if we might need here. It can also ship out electric engine units or any type of utility science thing. This is my legendary upcycling array. This will upcycle all Fulgora legendaries, and it will make a lot of legendaries. 214,000 iron here already, holy crap. I need to start shipping out again. Yeah, you drop this blueprint, you connect it, and then it just does everything. It loads these silos, you can pick whatever you want to export. It's very low on bot demand. There's less than 100 bots here. And it makes legendaries all day long. This is also tileable. You just keep adding whatever you want, as long as that scrap line will go. This is my mid-sized utility. This will get more utility science, but it's pretty demanding. It's a lot more recyclers here. We do export some things from here, batteries, low densities, and processing units. My Glaiva's pretty straightforward. We have my double Yumako patch set up here to the single Jelly Nut outpost, and this works really good. My outposts are very similar. We just ship in rocket parts here and artillery shells. It makes the science on site, launches it, keeps everything nice and fresh. We have pentapod egg incubators here so that the pentapods will always be available for their eggs. And yeah, it's 2 agricultural towers and then 1 for the Jelly Nut. You connect them. This makes expanding Glaiva much easier. Usually expanding Glaiva is a nightmare, but with this setup, it's actually a breeze. You just drop this, you connect them. You make sure that the Roboport network or the cargo train is connected for the rocket parts, and it works. Super fresh. This is the master hub here. We're doing all things Glaiva here, stack inserters. I've got Omni production facilities here making everything. The foundries make 7 different intermediates. The cryo plants make 5 different intermediates. We have our perimeter of Tesla turrets here with gun turrets and flamethrower turrets to ensure the pentapods stay out. Definitely overkill, but I love it. It does. You really need a lot of them. I like fusion power for Glaiva. I think fusion's definitely the way to go here. All of my outposts are connected to the main base. Launchers are heading out, all synchronized, as they should be. This is my biochamber line here. Everything is needed, or that is needed is made here by the bots to a set constant. Spoilage is recycled into efficiency modules and energy. These Omni production facilities just make it a breeze. It's so nice to have one foundry that keeps up and makes all these intermediates, one cryo plant. And the silo setups, these are amazing for the agricultural science. I really like these. It gives you so much control over production. It keeps everything fresh. It makes it super easy to cold start these in case something backs up. It's safe and secure. Yeah, these are my Omni foundries. I run these on my space platforms and on my planets. Combinators have taught me that you can switch recipes, and with quality, these things can keep up with high demand. Like I say, I've got all these intermediates here being made to this set number, and as soon as it drops below, it'll start making more. These are really good, like on the space platform. On the space platform, I actually have it where only one foundry is needed. It makes the molten and all the intermediates. This is the Intrepid. This is a masterwork of circuitry. You can see the insane amount of combinators we got going on here and control. This reads where it goes to and from every planet. It will tell you on the display panel. It slows itself down when it takes damage. It can make Shattered Planet, albeit very slowly. It can do Promethium. I love these platforms. They can do it all. They're great for mega bases. They can ship so much science between planets very quickly. Yeah, this right here, it makes the molten and all the intermediates. The crusher switch recipes. 2 assemblers make all of the ammo and everything that's needed. We got our fuel, and this makes coal synthesis. This switches everything that's needed. When I flip this switch, it will be capable of doing promethium science, as long as there are promethium available. This took months to code, test. Not all of it is my work, but most of it is. I did have some help with some of the things here, just because there's so many different signals going out. You use the constant combinators here to control a lot of the production, what's going on the belt. It is a sushi belt. Everything comes into the hub and out through this belt here. One side carries a lot of the asteroids and other minor intermediates. The other is our ammo, our ores, things of that nature. Now, this is a masterwork of circuitry, but the end result is incredible. It does take high quality to be able to work, at least epic. But the results are incredible. It self-targets everything. It's smart targeting. It's got cold start and easy logistic menus to get started. As you can see here, platform fusion fuel and repair kits. This is our startup. We'll turn this on to get it started and then turn off once it's turned on. And then we'll turn this menu on to start manual inserting things to get things moving faster. And once it gets going, this thing is a dream. It never backs up, it never has any problems. It has huge cargo, it's extremely fast. I'll never make another science platform again. This is it. This has everything I want and more. I have smaller platforms here for Bioflux. I want Bioflux running on a different platform of its own, just in case there's no backups. This is small and really clean. One thruster gets Bioflux to where it needs to and back. This is the Royale. This is my space casino. We get the legendaries out of here. It's small, it's stationary, it's low cost, and it brings in legendaries. Yes, I'm certain you know, Bioflux, it needs its own platform, its own thing. I learned that too. Yeah, this is a really cheap and good space casino. I love this thing. This is our space science platform. This thing makes an insane amount of space science. It's completely solar powered. It is mobile. It travels between planets when it needs to get more oxide asteroids. And it makes a ton of space science and stores a ton of space science. I only need 2 of these. I almost only needed 1. So Volcanus, we mega base in here. Hey, what's up, Time? Welcome. This is our logistics setup here. This keeps up with our logistic demand. We have upcycling here for Volcanus exclusives. This is our coal liquefaction array. We do bioflux cracking here with biochambers because of the insane petrol demand. We have our huge science arrays here for each of our sciences. All these are self-contained. You don't have to bus in anything. They provide the rocket parts, everything needed. This is our production science. The stone crafters are incredible. This makes all the stone needed for this production science to keep running. This one cryoplant provides the entire column with plastic. Cryoplants are insane. Look at all that production science. And it goes all the way down here. We could make more. Yeah, I love these things. For one assembler, it just puts out... It seems like it's a lot to go through for one assembler, but when you factor in that it's a production science assembler and the insane amount of stone that's required, In addition to the fact that this is tileable and mirrored, you can mirror it to tile it also. It's tileable 2 different ways. It's fast, it's clean, it doesn't back up, and it continues to provide all the stone that's needed. It's a great investment time. This is one of my best blueprints right here, the production science. I love this thing. I have similar setups going for each science here. The military science also crafts its own stone and keeps up with the demand on one assembler, getting the most out of everything. I have a main bus here on Volcanus, but we don't really use it much. It is used for rocket parts in the middle. Looks like our control center is looking good. Everything checks out here. We got check marks across the board. Nothing's getting low. We run fusion here. This is all legendary. You do have to kind of void some mats. We have a copper void going here. As you can see, I'm voiding copper here and up here, I think. Or no, we moved that one to here, yeah. We have a copper void here. And we have a stone void. But as long as you have it set to a constant, then you'll never have too much or too little stone. I say when you do the Stonecrafter, it helps so much because the most demanding things on Volcanus for stone are most likely going to be production and military science. So if you can get it self-contained like this, then you don't even have to worry about the stone demand. You know it's going to keep up just on its own. All you have to bust in is the fluid throughput, and the lava. Volcanus is so free. It's just so free. Metallurgic array. Really good metallurgic array. I balanced this very well. The tungsten plate keeps up with the demand like almost perfectly. Ah, are you receiving blessings, Tom? I'm glad to hear that. You were due for some, weren't you? Here we go, synchronized launches. The best part of Volcanus. Look at them go. Love to see it. Oh, certainly. I love looking at other dimes. Feel free to post whatever you want in the Discord. If you got blueprints, drop them in our blueprint sub. If you got screenshots, I would drop those in the Factorio General sub. But yeah, by all means, share away. I'll offer what feedback I can. So that's essentially the state of my Megabase file, which is not quite a Megabase, but kinda. Oh, you should, Time. We got some cool stuff going on there. And Hangry's there. You can bother him there. Okay, let's get back to our playthrough here. Oh, no problem. You sounded like you are a Megabase fan, so I figured might as well. Glad you enjoyed. Megabasing is an art. Factorio is all about playing the game the way you like and how you want. There's really no right or wrong way. If he's still playing that game, he's addicted to that game, Time, I'm telling you. Have you ever had a crippling gaming addiction, people? It's not like I'm addicted to Factorio or anything. We've only been live for, what, 3.5 hours here? Like crack. I like it. I'm not gonna crack. Yeah, I'm surprised you got time to come around. Good to see you. I know you're pretty busy these days with all that. I've tried to make Factorial my full-time job, but it just doesn't pay. Yeah, I know you said you got an offer, and that might be looking pretty good for you. In today's market, an offer is actually something that's a bit of a rarity. So you definitely want to follow up with it. Okay, let's take a look here. We got modified from Hobbit's Dragonfly Labs, designed for 8-train access. Oh, I like what I'm seeing here. Let me zoom in. Okay, yeah, I definitely see Hobbit's design here. It's super clean. It's just, it's uh, it's that requester design that works so well. Yeah, I think this should work very well for your mega base plans, at least initially. I mean, we always know how it goes, right? Once you've reached a certain platform and a certain threshold, redesign. But this should hold for quite a while, I think. Looking good. The factory must grow. Continue on. Next place you go on 8-train. That's an ambitious task. Paying 80% of your insurance. I mean, that's always nice. Oh, 90%. Wow. Insurance is something you just got to have nowadays. I mean, you guaranteed something's going to go wrong somewhere, right? I just realized I think we might have an iron miner out. Houston, we have a problem. It lost power. How did that happen? A physical projectile damage. Biters beware. Right? Nowadays I'd rather take my chances on the unicorn for sure. At least then you might have faith. Okay, that's fixed. We should get back to steady flow of science. Goodie box is filling up again. Not yet, no. I've been trying to keep my save files kind of allocated and only what I really need. But I have heard others who've been having some issues, so I'm hoping I don't have any. Aha, I see what you did there, Time. I saw you hanging out in another channel time. Who was it? It was the other night. They're playing Might and Magic. And I was like, really? Time is in this channel too? Who was that? I forget his name. Oh, that's right, it was Kitsune. Yeah, I like Kitsune. They play Legend 2 from time to time. They're good people. I was surprised to see you there. This thing still has not backed up. It says broken here, folks, but this thing has been anything but broken for me. This thing has worked wonders. Spaceship OP. I used to play that way too until guys like Hobbit, said, no, that's not the way. In my novice file, on my first base when I was learning, I think at some point I had almost 100,000 bots, and they were active. And the way I had things circuited was just all kinds of weird. There would be these tsunamis of bots, and UPS would just crash, and I'm like, why is this happening? Those were the good old days. It really is. I love this thing. This is how I'm starting Factorio now every game. It's so easy to plug into it. You might have to manual insert ores for a little bit, but once you can get automation going, yeah. You can't circuit the spaceship, but you can circuit around it, which is just as good. It's kind of slow. This is something that'd be really good for like Death World Marathon, where you want a really low level of production, but to keep it steady. This is like perfect for that. Yeah, I've got this BP. There's a couple of BPs for it. I think there's a couple versions in the sub there. There's a lot of BPs in the sub. Go ahead and check them out. I've got a book there. Most of my stuff is quality, but I've been working on my no quality stuff more. So we're going to start seeing more of that soon. Multiworld taught me a lot of things about no quality stuff and being able to build and blueprint without logistic bots. So there's some good stuff in there. And there's blueprints that other people have posted there that are really good. $11K? Nice. You play Power all the time? Wow. Bot demand can be a thing. As long as you got the electricity, though, the bots get the job done. And with every level of worker robot speed, they just get better. My new laptop is sitting right here. I've almost got everything all set up for it. Hopefully soon I'll be able to start testing it with my somewhat mega base and find out if it's going to be something I'll be able to scale up. I've got the whole line of things ready to go for another 80 biolabs. It's really just a matter of copy pasting. I've got the materials. It should be a turnkey operation for 400K ESPM on that. Let's see. It is a HP Victus. I don't think I have the exact specs on it right now. It is considered a gaming laptop. It's kind of a lower end gaming laptop, I guess, but it is still a huge upgrade on the shared computer I'm running. I gotta get some specs on it soon. I need to get some specs. I need a command in the chat for that. Gotta remember to do that soon. Yeah, it's an HP Victus. It's going to be used strictly for gaming and streaming. That's it. I'm not putting anything else on it. The multi-worlds and archipelagos and retro is still going to be on this laptop. I'll probably be doing Star Rail on that laptop as well. I think Star Rail will look better and run better. I'll be doing Star Rupture on that and Trials of Cold Steel once I can get that going. Should be good, I'm hoping. Oh yeah, it's just going to be strictly for those games and streaming. I don't want it to be doing anything else but that. It's like we're in the surplus for logistics science again. At this point, I could add another lab. And break the symmetry though, and it just looks so good, doesn't it? Although I do have to start planning the oil refinery here. I gotta figure out how I'm gonna do this. If the pipeline's gonna run here, then I'll have the refinery either going this way or this way. I'll probably have it going this way because of our water line. And then we'll go out to... We're not gonna have any oil cracking yet, so it's just gonna be... It's gonna be the big three. And then we get some plastic going. Once we get plastic going, it's red circuit time. And then the real magic happens. I could expand here, but man, I'm not liking the look of these biters. And I'm like I said, I'm really in no hurry with this play. This play is just kind of really chill, relax, keep things low, do crazy fun things like this to see if they work. And then just marvel at them as they do work. Nothing like marveling at something that works, like a train network or depot. I did not think this was going to work. I did not think that this would be able not to clog. Oh, sweet. Yeah, that sounds like a pro setup you got there. I do need to get the monitor. I need to get a cool monitor at some point. I want one of those. I'll probably try to go for 1440. I'll have to do some configurations, I'm sure. But if you're going to go for it, then you might as well go big, right? Because we know as soon as I buy the 1440, then a week will go by, I'll turn around, and it'll be obsolete. This planned obsolescence, I tell you, the plague upon us all. Where's the real tech? We're not all slaves out here, dang it. We have integrity. We know that there's better technology that's being hidden from us. Also, Kitsune's an otherkin. Now that's interesting to me. Now you're tickling my occult sense time. All the otherkin know who I am. And I find that more than a coincidence. I seem to have an affinity with the other kin. Like we've been places, we've done things together that human beings probably have little to no comprehension about. No offense intended, humans. Strong and pure? That's an interesting way to describe old. That's what I would describe it as, is old. I'm older than I look and sound. But I'll take it as a compliment, thank you. I see a time of empowerment coming for the other kin. I see a lot of good karma, a lot of good things coming for them. It's inevitable. Gandalf the Grey? I don't have much gray yet, which is surprising. It's because I play video games, see? Video games are keeping me young. I'm telling you, your lot can only be hard for so long before a time of regeneration and renewal is just inevitable. It just happens. And it's coming. All signs are pointing toward it. People who've been afraid of it are going to be actually more welcoming and, maybe even understanding of it for the first time in a very long time, like a great number of people. I shouldn't say understand, I should say comprehend. Comprehend's a better word. I mean, we do have the media telling us now that they've been breeding hybrid aliens and stuff. It's not just the loonies saying that now. That's one of the questions the greatest philosophers have grappled with. Granted, they haven't had to been subjected to that man's level of acting, I guess I would call it, but necessary. I would like to believe that the time for necessary evil is past. To be quite honest, I think that I've been existing in a place where I try to combat evil in everything that I do. I've interviewed victims of all that Epstein shit, and all that's on X. I've got it recorded live. I have no issues exposing what I know to be evil. And I don't care who is arguing or fighting with it or whatever. That's just something that I do. And what I know is that there is an ever-growing awareness of a very great evil on this world. And you can't turn a blind eye to it forever. The people must do something at some point. It's just going to happen. There's Ragnarok. Odin knew, it's always been predator and prey on this world. It's always been that. You can try to sugarcoat it any way you want. The evil will try to convince you that it's necessary, it needs to exist. Perhaps for a time, for some people that may be true. For my people, that time's coming to an end. Or already has. No problem. That's something that I strive myself on. I've never wavered on that. I have an infinite amount of energy for that and knowledge. And I find that more people are finally becoming thirsty for it again. And that's been refreshing. But it's all going to the same place. All paths lead to Rome. The righteous do not tolerate evil. They do not allow it to exist. I know a lot of the other kin feel the same way, but they have reservations due to this immense cultural, I guess net is what I call it, that is on everyone, this trance. Everyone will have the courage to be themselves. You're in the right place, as I said. You pulled my cord, see? It's not often somebody pulls my cord on that. But when they do, I got plenty to say about all that. And what better place than Factorial, right? Engineering. Essentially, engineering is the answer. We need engineering to clean up on this world. We need technology to work with nature rather than against it. And with planned obsolescence, the cabal, that's what they want. It's a lot of people are not viewing technology as it's supposed to be. The path calls, right? The path calls, and then sometimes you don't even choose it. The path chooses you, and then you walk it. You're like, yeah, this is what I like. This is what I'm good at. Oh, you see it as that? Okay. I mean, essentially same thing. It's just a matter of people's perception of it, right? You're essentially doing the same thing. You're manipulating forces that are already in existence to attain a desired or favorable result. Or for some, the opposite of that, sadly. Ah, maestro. That's why I'm always telling Show, it's Show, you got the key to the universe. You're a musician. You should be ruling this world. Welcome, Ad Madge. Anyone listening, feel free to, air your views here. We're not, this is a mature channel here. We can discuss these things here. Yes, I have to agree with you. It's the fear. It all comes from the fear. Fear is an aberration. It's not natural. It's a root, a seed from which well, not all of, but a great deal of all unease, dismay, anxiety comes from. I left fear behind long ago, and I've been liberated from guilt. I've been liberated from fear. I've been liberated from regret. It's a good time, I'm telling you. It's not easy getting here, but once you get here, cost me some friends, cost me some family. But I guess that's enlightenment, right? Enlightenment was a stripping away of everything you once thought was real. Yeah, the old saying, I have no desire for power because I know where it goes. There's another way. It's good though. More people are talking about this. More people are speaking up. More people are letting other people know how they really feel. This is what we need. It starts with talking about it. It's true. It's true. To the fool, that's all that exists is the self, the ego. It's not aware of anything else. Oh, I'm wary of the empathy time. I try to really discipline my empathy. I mean, I have compassion, but I try to save it for those that are truly worthy of it. I know some who are plagued by empathy, and they just can't seem to help it. For a time, I was one of them until I, kind of grew up, I guess, and got over my bleeding heart ways. Or maybe I just got old. Been here for too long. Just weathered. It's like Loki, right? Talking about the destruction of his homeworld, Asgard, this horrible thing. He's like, yes, very sad. Anyway, moving on. Oh, we got the controller having a mind of its own here. Hello. Get back there. Show me my janky spaceship. Well, yeah, once you're in your kingdom, you're king of the castle. In my home, I can stream Factorio for 24 hours, and it's okay. And then Dread comes in and tells me, remember your sleeping time. Twitch has been great. I've enjoyed Twitch. Streaming is all about enjoying and interacting with the community. I started streaming in, 2017? And I'm glad that I started streaming. It's been a good decision I've made in life. Met some awesome people. Haven't always had the best setup, but we've got through with what we got. Oh, you looking to go off grid? That's smart, especially now, electricity going up everywhere. I hear you, Kitty. What do you want? My other kin is talking right now. Telling you, my company was set to do it. We were going to bring Zero Point Energy to Washington State. I had the patent ready to go, and then my CTO Academic out of Stanford tells me that our encryption is broken. And a week later, I got the FBI at my door. I kid you people not, telling me this is a matter of national security. I couldn't believe it. I still have all the stuff from the lab. It was a messy, I had to dissolve the company because they extorted my business partners. That's how they operate. But I still have all the lab stuff, all the magnets, all the blueprints. Deciding if I should start building again. Yeah, true story. Crazy. We had ambitions for space elevators, and my initial prototype, which I called the Pear, was capable of not only generating electricity but also storing it. And we could tailor it to your environment. As you know, magnetism is kind of reactive to the environment. Like if you lived in a colder environment, we could make the device more efficient for you because you obviously get more magnetic force from a polar or cold environment. Or if you lived in a hot environment, we could have the device to where it powers an internal fan and then it would cool itself. Gas run out? Oh well. Hey, what happened to all the gas from Venezuela? Why are we paying so much for gas in America? We should have all this oil from Venezuela. Where did it go? The United States of Venezuela. That's a real thing now. This is a scam. Yeah, I learned long ago when I learned about technology and what's really going on, just how archaic and obsolete a lot of the things that we are given really is compared to what the military has. And they tell us it's a matter of national security for us. I don't think so, guys. It's your national security. Utilities will go bankrupt. You show people how easy it is to generate their own electricity. Nobody's going to pay for energy anymore. They'll be like, I can make my own. That's what they're really afraid of. Oh, yes, it has. The crude oil, the dependency. It's sadly reliable, Gasoline, crude oil, it is reliable. But there's something that's so much cleaner, so much better. Hydrogen alone, so much better. Stanley Meyer was driving a water-powered car in the 70s. Died at his favorite restaurant. I mean, Factorio even has fusion, right, guys? We got fusion Factorio. Where's Star Fusion? Where's my barrel of floor kettle cold that I can use to power my home for 100 years? Yeah, someone got him. It was sad, And then the patents are bought out because the family is intimidated. They're really, ruthless about the technology. They really are ruthless about it. I found out firsthand, like I said. I can't believe I had two agents at my door telling me, yes, this is really happening. My dream, what I had planned for my life, to bring this technology here, to show people what it can do. That's why I have a vendetta against them now, like I said. They're going to answer for it. This is an injustice against we the people. Three things cannot be long hidden: the sun, the moon, and the truth. Well, the truth has been coming out quite a bit lately for anybody who's looking. And even for those who ain't looking. I'd be lying if I didn't think they said they tried to get me once, or a couple times, really. But because I live a different type of lifestyle than other people. I don't have a vehicle. I don't have a home. Well, I guess a residence, I would call it, rather than a home. I kind of exist outside of the paradigm of society. And I do very well existing there. No RV. I have an apartment. At least for the flesh. I have other dwellings that go beyond that, but who would believe that? I've been blessed. I really have. I've been on like the razor's edge of poverty. I've been homeless before. Opened my eyes to a lot of things. I was able to pull myself out of it. I was able to pull my family together, rather what remains of it, and make something of it. Been doing pretty good ever since. Good people on Twitch have helped too. Good people who support the stream, and they've been part of this journey. So any of you watching, thank you. I managed to stay out of there. Honestly, there are times I'm better off homeless than in some of the motels they have around here. It's pretty scary what's going on in America. At least this part of America. Yes, make that happen. It's coming. Your intellect will pull you from poverty. It doesn't matter who you are, where you are. You just have to stay thirsty for knowledge. You will find the path. Opportunity will knock. The spaceship was knocking, and I took it as the opportunity, and look what we're getting right now. We're getting a surplus of green circuits, steel plates, copper plates, yellow belts, iron plates, copper cable, magazine ammo, and 2 SPM. I mean, what more could you want? 3 SPM? Patience is the name of that game. Patience is the name of this game right now. I think these ore patches are really going to last a long time. We might not even need a train, other than for maybe uranium. That's true. I did get both of the lad speed bonuses you can get up to this point. But Chem Science is coming soon. Grid is ahead. We should have no problem installing a refinery, a couple chem plants, a couple more assemblers. I guess I should probably make it separate from the hub we're already running, because the hub we're already running is full and it's working. So why change anything, right? This freaking thing is working. There's no quality. And it works on assembly machine 1s too. And it still gives you space to make whatever you need on this assembly machine. It's just good. It's satisfying. I swear, people, this game is like dopamine sometimes. the satisfaction I'll get from some of these things that I've been building. And the time warp that is Factorio. It's already been 4 hours here. 4 hours of looking at this, and I could just keep looking at it for forever. Okay, we gotta start planning here. It's gonna be plastic will be the first priority. Then sulfur, because we're gonna need sulfur for the sulfuric for the processing units. I'm not too worried about explosives yet, because the biters have been non-existent. With the sulfuric, we can also get batteries. That means I can start thinking about some laser turrets. Those are handy. But they're a bit costly on electricity right now. Right now, our electricity is kind of limited, at least until I get uranium going. Once unlimited uranium comes in, then obviously huge expansion. We're gonna do it. We're gonna skip the. We're gonna skip the production and utility science. We're gonna try to get to Volcanus without it. It's a big sacrifice. I'm gonna miss my beacons. I'm gonna miss my assembly machine threes. But I'm stepping out of my comfort zone here. We gotta try it. Once we get to Volcanus, it's money. Foundry and calcite export, it's just free. After that, there's so much that's free. The real question is, do we do the no logistic bot challenge? That's a tall order. I know, right? It's Volcanus is just the wonderland. On Novice, you're almost always having to expand ore patches. You're moving around quite a bit. On Volcanus, calcite patch just lasts and lasts. And lava just lasts. Are you trying to encourage me to do that, Dread? It's awful. Having to babysit every silo? It is swag though. I mean, it's no logistic bots. That's a manly factory. No, it's not. I did it in the last multi-world. I've got a blueprint for it, a really good blueprint. That's almost all normal quality. It's built. I don't do the cargo wagon main bus, Dread. I'm not that ambitious yet. I know you're a fan of that. What do you think of this, Dread? Look at this. Look what this thing I've contrapted here. Look at this surplus of items we're getting from this thing. We're only running 6 miners, Dread. I'm setting up like this every time. This is my new setup for Factorio. The spaceship is like the mothership. Would you consider this cursed, Dread? Is this a cursed setup? Be honest. Not massively. Okay, but still somewhat. It is cursed, just not massively. How's your Fulgore going, Dread? Or have you played again yet? I really liked what I saw you were doing there. You seem to have some quick EM plants and a plan. That's a man with a plan, folks. There's nothing like getting that first drop of EM plants back to novice, and then you're like, ah, this is the way. $15 GW. I think the solar rays are making you mad, Dread. 15 GW solar. That mod is inducing space madness in people, I'm telling you. We're witnessing it right here. Phew. What is eating all that energy? Or are you just surplusing? Okay, just surplus. Let's say I'm thinking, what could eat that much energy before you get too much of the space tech? And I'm like, what? I can't wait to get my efficiency modules. I want them. We got to get this going soon. I'm tempted to build another lab, but yeah, logistics science is still just not quite keeping up. I'm still shocked it's keeping up at all. This thing is shocking to me right now. On my old Megabase, I think I was up to like 9 GW. I had to install the 18 core reactor. And then after I did some UPS optimization and some efficiency optimization, I think we dropped down to like 2 GW. It was insane. We were burning 7 GW on what we didn't need. It's really ridiculous what you can do with some legendary quality beacons and efficiency modules. Huge factory running on one steam turbine. And a little bit of spoilage. I know, you and Chai aren't the biggest fans of the F modules. I love them. I need them. I want them. I want more of them. Especially on Gleba. Gleba's where they really shine. They're also really good in Death World Marathon, which is something I play a lot of, so... You drop those in those miners and... ah! The biters thank you. It doesn't stink. Send me a link. Oh, okay. Yeah, I will review. Looks good from what I see so far. You must choose thy hovel carefully, you know. For it is thy hovel. I will review further later and let you know what else I might think. What do we got here? 24 minutes. Nothing but time here, folks. Nothing but time. Fiber upgrade. I'm going to get Quantum at some point. Because with the new laptop, some of the more demanding games could definitely benefit from that. I gotta hook up my capture card too. We might be able to start doing console games again. I miss doing those. Those were fun. Diablo 3. Split Second. Spider-Man. That was a fun game. Okay, for sure. We're kind of obscure here. It's really hard to find good ISPs here. Do good ISPs even exist, really? Biters still have not attacked. Now, see, we're going to have to get some diplomacy going over here. Because we definitely want this, and they don't want us to have it, so... For that, we're probably going to need some rockets. Oh, you have a good sense for that? Okay. We'll note. Okay, what's next in the tree? Solar. Do I really need solar? Not yet. I want fluid handling. We got to get that going. Sounds epic. I need to import my blueprints. I'll start with the multi-world blueprints, because these are kind of normal quality things. Yeah, these are full base blueprints here that I was running on multi-world. This one's really good. This will count as a super clean Most all of it is normal quality. I did get some uncommons going here at the blueprint. I was like towards the end of it. This does all things Volcanist. Got my space platform builder here. These are really nice. They evolve into the interplanetary platforms. And they build the space platforms on site at a cheap cost because you can get so many copper cables from every launch. And here it is. This was my normal quality platform that made it to Solar System Edge. Holy crap, I cannot believe this thing made it. That was an insane run. It should be in my VODs for anyone interested. It was a great trip. It was a harrowing trip to Solar System Edge. But spoilers, it did make it. Somehow. Super compact. There's only 2 rocket turrets. Shai had this gigantic platform with all this reprocessing. This was fun. This was fun getting there with that. This is a good Gleba base. Oh, do I have my old one? I don't think I have the old one. I need to find that. I have another Gleba blueprint that is without logistic bots. That's really good. Okay, we got these. This should be all I need for now. Let's see. Do we have a miner down again? I think we might. We sure do. I need built immunity equipment soon. We need 3 miners to keep the SPM consistent. Holy crap, look at all that stuff already. What am I going to do with all this stuff? That sounds like it works pretty good, actually. I'm surprised we still haven't been attacked. We might be able to get some really interesting Chivos on this run. I did already had to take out a couple bases very early, so I shouldn't have done that. We could have got the Chivo where you don't take out any bases until artillery. I should have done that. Dang it. So let's see. What exactly are we able to get in and out of this thing? We've got 3 different ore types coming in. I could have a 4th if I wanted. I could get stone running it out of here. We've got copper plates, we've got cogwheels, we've got belts, we've got inserters. 2 types of science, iron plates, green circuits, steel plates, ammunition, belts. I think that's it. That's a lot. That's like a factory's worth of throughput we're getting from this thing. Okay, so you send the excess to upcycle. That's cool. Those loaders, they're too good, Dread. I try not to spoil myself with loaders just because I know it'll just ruin me. Like I play Modulus Factorio. I mean, Crastorio already did. I saw the power of the loaders. Shy showed me, and it changed me forever. Quality locomotives, that sounds cool. Yeah, I've done Spaced Out Crastorio too, and I've done some space exploration. Both were really fun, really cool. But I think my real playstyle is just kind of just like Space Age. Like just straight up modless Space Age. Vanilla Space Age. I have to do vanilla too. I have a vanilla file. Just Factorio, not Space Age. I need to finish that at some point. That's going to be fun. Vanilla's a whole different ballgame. You have to build so much bigger. My playstyle is just very small, very compact. Get every little bit you can out of every ore patch. I've discovered that. I can do the mega bases, but I just kind of prefer this. Yeah, vanilla is very dependent on the logistic system of locomotives. Yeah, that's some cool stuff, Dread. Really cool. I was blown away by some of that stuff. Yeah, Shai's trying to rope me into another Space Explo, Dread. There was a new mod pack released recently for space exploration. Every time we get started in Space Explo, we get so far and then it just kind of goes nowhere. Space exploration, that's a commitment. I mean, there's a lot going on in space exploration. You gotta have a plan. Well, you don't have to have blueprints, but you gotta have a plan. I mean, just like we talked about earlier, diesel, gasoline, it's reliable. Good old gasoline, it's reliable. He'll get the job done. I kind of wish they would have done a little bit more with petroleum in this. like petroleum cracking to gasoline for like the car or some type of burnable fuel. That would have been cool. I guess solid fuel was kind of their solution or answer to that. And solid fuel is really good. Solid fuel does so much, especially when you get heating towers. Heating towers and solid fuel can carry an empire. They really can. A lot of people like to use rocket fuel on Aquilo for their heat. I use solid fuel. And when production is able to do it, I like to recycle solid fuel into quality solid fuel because that's easy quality rocket fuel. And quality rocket fuel is actually very easy to get. It's relatively easy to get rare, epic, legendary rocket fuel. Now the nuclear fuel, that's a different story. That's a process to get. But once you have the legendary rocket fuel ready to go, that's one step closer to the legendary nuclear fuel. It does go. You have to make sure your production is on point and that you're getting a good level of productivity out of it. That's why I like it on Aquilo, because you get the cryo plant and you can just load it with the prod modules and get some ridiculous prod. And all my rocket fuel on Aquilo, I like to go to launches because there's so many launches there on the Mega Base now. Aquilo, the launches from Aquilo just become more and more demanding. Like on Gleba, you can usually skate by with a relatively small silo arrangement, even coming up on Mega Base status. But on Aquilo, it's massive. There's so many silos. The bigger it gets, the more you need, because on Aquilo, it's like a double whammy. You gotta have more cryo, you gotta have more quantum processor. And rockets are slower there. I say in the speed run and the, like just vanilla Space Age, Aquila was really not that much at all. Getting set up on Aquila, that's a task. But once you're set up, Aquila's pretty quick. You just need get what you need out of there, and then you're in go mode. You're ready for solar system edge. Now, Mega Base Aquila is a whole nother ballgame. You've got a huge challenge at Aquila logistically for heat, for having a blueprint that doesn't get too spaghettified because it can very easily. Right. That's where my rocket fuel goes. And some to recycling. I love rocket fuel for just like a small train though on Novice. Rocket fuel, good stuff. So much better than solid fuel. So faster. So much more burnable. It lasts. Nuclear fuel, it lasts really good, but it can run out. I feel like rocket fuel is more reliable. It just doesn't really run out. Nuclear fuel is like a luxury. That said, Death World Marathon, you want nuclear fuel for sure. You've got to have speed on those trains. Okay, we're almost there. We're almost there, folks. 6 more minutes. What's our damage now? 5 plus 2.2. We're still going to need a lot more before I can start thinking about space. Because this is not multi-world, and I am not doing that multi-world crap again. Where I have no physical projectile damage until Aquilo. That was awful, horrible, terrible. Still hasn't clogged. Although, to be fair, I do have to manually remove the 5 intermediates that we're putting out right now. So it would have clogged if I wasn't doing that. Still phenomenal for what it is. Using piercing? I try to refrain from using piercing in space. But I'm usually trying to drop ore from space to my cargo landing pad below, so I try to get every last drop of everything I can from space, just because it's free. Okay, we'll get fluid handling, and then we should finally be able to get the pump jack. Let's go. I'm getting hyped up about this. I'm ready to get this oil going. I might have to go with petroleum first, huh? Because I don't think I get advanced oil processing right away. It has to be researched. Oh, that's fine. We need that plastic. We gotta get plastic going. I know a lot of people say that they get kind of stuck at chemical science when they're first playing, or even after they played a couple times. Chemical science is kind of a big hurdle, not only to get to, but once you're there, the production science is a huge hurdle. It's just so much more demanding on red circuits and stone and steel. It's like a difficulty curve in the game. And after chemical science, you have to make the choice. You either go for production science and maybe utility science, or you go space and you go to Vulcanus or Fulgora or Gleba if you're really bold, like I did the first time. Oh yeah, I was frustrated by the fluids for a long time, especially on Aquilo. I thought I was stuck. I didn't know what to do. Never enough ammonia, too much ammonia, never enough ice. Then I discovered the magic of the RS latch. And fluid life has been good ever since. Combinators. Since I learned circuits and combinators, just, the things you can do. We're doing it right now. It's what's allowing this thing to stay unclogged, even though we're not even circuiting the spaceship. We can't. We're just circuiting around it. No combinators running yet. There's just a couple wires, but I think for the fluid, my first combinator is probably coming up soon. We're gonna have to get some type of RS latch or something going here. Because guaranteed one's gonna back up. It's either gonna be petroleum, heavy oil, or light oil. One always backs up. And I'll have to have a contingency for that. There's a couple ways to do it. The easiest way is obviously with recyclers. Petroleum is usually one that tends to back up first. So just recycle a tiny bit of plastic into quality, and there you go. That'll keep everything moving. The other alternative is the RS latch, obviously the combinator, which is guaranteed to work and works really good. I also know there's other alternatives. You could always manually drain the tank and the pipeline, but that's just such a waste. I do know that there is a way to have fluid share a pipeline also, with the correct logic setup. That can get pretty intense from what I hear. It's pretty complex to keep it all moving, but once you get it, it works. That's something I want to try to do some point. You any good with that, Dread? You any good with that rainbow pipeline stuff? Fluid handling, let's go. Yeah, that's what I've had too. I thought that I had my signals right and everything, but it's the pipeline always is. It's either the wrong fluid or it doesn't get in. I know it can work. I've seen it, but the logic setup is huge. Like we're talking maybe 15, 20 combinators. The hardest part is really just ensuring that it all gets out before the next comes in, and vice versa. Okay, pump jack ingredients are pipe and what? I think it's steel and cogwheel. We got plenty of all that. The RS latch can work. I know it can. But for sharing the same pipeline, it's a different RS latch. It's much more sophisticated than standard. And I only know the standard. That's like the ultimate swag, though. The ultimate base in a box. One assembler, one chem plant. That's like a goal I have is to do a playthrough, normal settings, normal quality, everything. One assembler for everything. One furnace, one just like you have to limit yourself to one building of everything. It'd be slow, but it'd be cool and fun. And that's where logic can really pay off. With logic, that run actually becomes something that's feasible, that's doable. I know you can also play Doom on Factorio with the right logic setup. I saw someone on Reddit recently posted a Snake game. That was cool. I see lots of movies people have made on Factorio. So crazy what you can do with the combinators. The make anything assembly, where you just have everything laid into your decider and constant. The self-building factory, that was a really cool video. The factory builds itself, it expands itself. The train literally loads up everything it needs and it starts building itself on the way to the ore patch. It then builds on the ore patch and puts out a box of ammo on the line that goes around the line. Waits for the full load of ore and then returns to the base. And it's just... Whew. That's another thing I want to get into is like the really intricate, complex train setups. My train setups are relatively basic. I do have the things laid into, like, you have the outpost builders, and I can have it go there and build, but that's kind of manual. It's not automatic. But I want to have something like combinators at the train stop reading everything coming in and out. A supply train on the same line as the cargo trains to come in and bring in whatever is needed when needed. I know you can do that stuff, Dread. You must teach me that magic at some point. I will be right back, folks. Sit tight. 2 minutes tops. Alright, we are back. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, you were pumping all those fluids there. Good stuff. You know, they say that engineering and plumbing go hand in hand. I tend to agree with that. Two minutes, let's go. I want my pump jacks. The factory must grow. Okay, yeah, that logic works. I also found out that I have to circuit the pumps that go into the Omni production facilities, or we get quite a bit of waste there because it's switching recipes and voiding. So I have to control at the pump when it's active with a control signal. So that it will only pump into it while it's active. I was like, why am I losing so much molten? And I was like, oh yeah, gotta control that pump, derp. Now for like the stone crafting foundries on Volcanus, you don't have to worry about that because you're trying to void. Those work really good. Do we get it? We got fluid handling. Let's go. Okay, next up is oil gathering. Okay, yep, we gotta have that one too. I can make barrels now, right? Yes, we want barrels. I love barrels. I am a barrel man. I will use barrels all day. Barrels are the gift that keeps on giving. Make the barrels. We will be using them. Yeah, recyclers really, they offer so much utility. They're so good. One of the underrated machines, I think. You can just do so many good things with them. Quality, of course, is one of the main things. But voiding excess, balancing, LDS shuffle. Wow, it was the same for me. I was using barrels before fluid wagons. For my first uranium outpost, I would bring in the barrels, and then they went on this janky belt line to an assembler that would empty them out, the sulfuric acid, into the miners. And then it would continue on a janky belt line back to the cargo train, so the barrels went back in. I hear you, Kitty. Oh, those were good times. It was fun. I remember that outpost. It was so janky, but it worked. Everyone's like, "Why are you using barrels?" I love barrels. Why not use barrels? My first space platform was it had a buffer for the water because the oxide asteroids are so terrible above Novice. So you call up 100 water barrels, and you'd have to have a barrel drop on Novice or it would back up on barrels. That's actually a really good strategy for Novice, though, because it takes so long to get ice above Novice. But if you send up a buffer of a rocket of barrels of water, then you can water no problem. Made a gemless barrel tray station. That's awesome. Heck yes. Barrelers unite. Okay, I want at least 100 barrels here to start. In multi-world and in co-op, everyone always made fun of me. They called me the barrel man. And yet then I'd find them using barrels. And I'm like, hey, why are you using barrels? But you're clowning on barrels. Oh, they're actually pretty good. Actually, really good. Okay, that's 100 barrels. What's next on my to-do list? We still have a while for oil gathering, right? Yeah. I should start making some combinators. Yeah, we're gonna need them. Combinator's good. I need to pull from the reserves first. Make the precious combinators. Take some constant combinators. Oh, I don't have selector yet. That's right. Selector is its own research. Selector combinator is kind of niche, kind of selective, pun intended. But they're actually really good if you know how and where to use them. I've had Omni foundries that wouldn't work or cryoplants unless they did have the selector combinator. Same thing with space platforms. Selector combinator is really good if you know how to use it. Oh yeah, you can. I find the selector combinator is really just more for like logic gates and quality stuff. I like them for the Omni production facilities because sometimes even if you're putting the signals in a certain sequence from the decider, so it will always produce this and then this, it can still run into issues. One I had was with sulfuric acid, where the cryoplant had to produce sulfur first and then sulfuric acid. And I tried 10 ways from Sunday to figure out how can I get it to do this because it wasn't doing it consistently until I found the selector combinator. And then I was like, this is what I need. And at first I only knew about the select input. And that was kind of hit and miss. It was still not making enough sulfuric because there wasn't sulfur. But then I discovered the random input and the interval. And with that, I was able to ensure that there's always an amount of sulfuric in there. It's really good for the switching and complex recipes like that. How is our ammo looking? That will do. That's the future of this factory and security of this factory. This feels good. Behold the Daka in its all of its power and glory. Okay, barrels. Can I start barreling anything yet? I guess I could barrel water, but we don't really need that yet. The only point I'll need that is to get space platform started. Um, can't barrel steam. I think that's all we got right now, right? Yeah, I can't barrel anything else yet. Not quite enough of a buffer yet to start another lab. I mean, this small setup, this lab, this has been carrying. Best part is it's secure. Even if biters rush this right now, we'd be okay. Defenses are usually my first priority. Can you tell I play Death World Marathon? Or co-op, where no one else wants to destroy the biters? Okay, pump jacks will come in, we'll get the oil, we'll get the petroleum going, we'll get the plastic going, then we can get the red circuits going, and then top priority after that is modules. That is our top priority, starting with efficiency modules. That's going to bring up our copper demand by quite a bit. We might have to place another copper miner. We'll do efficiency modules first, then we'll do productivity. Productivity's got to come second. Then we can do speed. I'm not doing quality modules this run, so we won't have to worry about that. This will be a normal quality run. And after the modules, what should I do next? What will we have? Flammables definitely on the table. Night vision is eh. Chem science, definitely gonna want that later. Railway, yes. Railway we're gonna want. Car. Car can be good, I guess. Not a priority though. Explosives. Explosives will be a growing priority because we're gonna have to clear these biter nests. Modular armor, always nice. Modules, yes. We want. We need. Oh, that's what else do. Plastic, that's right. Okay, so it'll be this and then this. Yeah, then we can get this. Okay. Still a ways. We'll get there. No rush. Also, we have crossed into the 5 hours of power territory. Let's go. Is there anything that this base is missing right now? What else could I plug in here at this point with the space we have that we could benefit from a lot? I can't really think of anything, right? We've got the assembler to make our stuff. We've got everything we need to continue the ammo, the science. We have the stone assembler up there for bricks and landfills. We've got the lab. Another lab, I guess, would be the thing, but I just can't figure out how to get it in here without messing with the symmetry or removing the radar. If I remove the radar, I could get another lab in there. But I like the radar. Radar is good. And the longer radar goes, the better it gets, because it just reveals more. Yeah, I think we've kind of capped out here on what this thing can actually do. I think we're, unless I go really crazy, redesign all this and somehow like space everything to work in another long arm inserter to get out. In which case, we might be able to build like another layer around of it. Like the immediate layer would probably look just like it does now with a couple more spaces here and there. And then it would branch out into another layer of assemblers, chem plants that go around it. That would be crazy. I don't think we could really do that though. Because there's gonna run plumbing issues, there's probably gonna be throughput issues. I think this might be the feasible cap that what we can do with this thing. That said, it's been really good. This has been really good. From just a perspective of pure throughput, phenomenal. Not having to run belts for all of this transitioning intermediates in here. Oh, it keeps that coal line full to ensure steam engines are hot and running and boilers. This could be like the ideal starter base, to be honest. Like at least from like a small scale perspective, this could be it, folks. This could be the pinnacle here. This could be Factorial meta. We might be seeing Nilius making videos about this now, about or we might see this in the speedrun now. Speedrunners adapt this in some way and save a huge chunk of time. That would be awesome, wouldn't it? I'm really racking my brain now, thinking what else could we fit in here. I'm trying to think of anything I wanted in here that we didn't get. Um, I don't think there is anything. I think this is it. We technically have two manual assemblers, because one's just for the stone and one's for everything else. So for like two-stage products, we could still do manual insertion. Like for the plastic, I could just drop it in the box there. We're already getting green circuits. All I'll need to do is just drop the plastic in an assembler, and there you go. I think we'll probably be manually crafting the red circuits, at least for the time being. Maybe I should prioritize the productivity modules first, because Power Grid's holding. We need everything we can get, and productivity modules help with that. Yeah, I think I'll prioritize those first. My instincts tell me efficiency model, efficiency model. I gotta think here. I gotta think ahead. We gotta try to get everything we can. We gotta go prod modules first. Okay, so after the modules, what is my priority? Build community. I'm definitely gonna want that. I guess it's going to be chem science, right? The train won't, I guess, really be needed until we need uranium. We're doing just fine without it now. Is there anything over chem science here? Advanced circuit, yeah. Advanced circuit will come first after, yeah. Certificate bonus, that's nice. Yes, plastics, we need that. Precious lube. I have two bolts as an option, but we haven't needed them yet. Because, you know me, Dread, we're building small here. Inventory can't get full when you don't have much to fill it with. But soon, for sure, when we expand, probably we'll take the tool belt. Once we get some bots going. Or do I go no bots? Do I go no construction and no logistic bots? Oh man. That's scary, because then you can't repair remotely. That's really scary. Okay, let's think here. Rack my brain. Is there any other oil available out here that we can see? Yes, there's another patch over here. Looks like that's it. And that one's a ways, okay. Hmm. Because the oil goes really quick until you get the advanced processing. And we're almost certainly going to need another oil patch. That's a big copper ore patch. And that's an even bigger copper ore patch. Whoa. There are some very lucrative patches in the south. Those could last like the rest of the game, I think. Wow, this is almost halfway full again already. This is so good. Could be producing a lot more. Alright, we are going to be wrapping up here, folks, probably within the next 10-15 minutes. It's been 5 hours of power. Appreciate y'all hanging out tonight. It was good chatting and hanging with everyone. And see some new faces. Be sure to check out the Discord, everyone. We got an awesome community there. We stream pretty often here. We do several different games here. I do randomizers quite a bit. We do lots of like retro randomizers, Final Fantasy, Legend of Zelda, Super Metroid, and more. We do some Honkai Star Rail from time to time here. I play some Star Rail. On rare occasion, we may even throw our hat into some marathon events, like Retrothon, where we speedrun. I did Retrothon last year, maybe year before last. I ran Forgotten Worlds on Sega Genesis. I've got some good times on that. That's always a lot of fun. I join Zelda randomizer tournaments from time to time. Great community there. And as always, Factorio will be here. Factorio is kind of our main, our go-to. We stream Factorio more than anything else here. This playthrough will continue. This has been so much fun so far. I'm really enjoying this. It's only going to get better. I'd really like to get a couple pump jacks down at least before we cut stream here. I'll sleep better knowing I got pump jacks down. That reminds me, do we have defenses? Oh yeah, we're going to need gun turrets. We got those. We need walls. We're going to need wood blocks. We're going to need power poles. Definitely gonna need some pipes. Okay, let's make some more pipes. It's time for the black gold very soon. What else am I gonna need down there? I think that might be it. 7 tall power lines might not be enough. I think we'll have to make more. That should be enough, hopefully. Okay, we'll get power down there, good. Hype. Lots of green circuits, love to see that. Okay, we need 3 pump jacks. First pump jacks are out, let's go. Finally. Hype. We have black gold. Alright, we are going to take a save and wrap it here, folks. Let's find you all the raid target. Keep the Factorio hype rolling. Thank you all so much for coming in tonight. It's greatly appreciated. Hope you enjoyed this beginning into a new factory. Once again, thanks so much, Product, for that huge raid. Greatly appreciated. Y'all like Factorio? This is the right place to be. Let's see who's streaming. Is there anyone streaming Factorio right now? Does not look like it on my list. I do see somebody is streaming Factorio, though. So let's give them a follow and let's go check them out. The Dough. Awesome stuff. The factory has, well, I guess it has grown a little bit. Yeah, the factory has grown. So that's a win. And again, thank you all for hanging out tonight. More Factorio coming soon. Let's go see what they are up to with this factory here. I'm going to have some food and dream about how I'm going to expand this factory from here. Spaceship hype. You're all awesome people. Never let anyone tell you otherwise. We'll see you next time here. GG.